of the art school live streams. Woo, we're getting up there. We're gonna be here for a couple hours. So yeah, if you're watching this for the first time, welcome. It's really, really good to have you joining our crazy art gang. And if you're watching this later on YouTube, months in the future, and you're wondering what this, like many hours long video is about, well, it's a stream that I have with my students every single weekend. You can find more information about the art program in question down in the description below. But essentially, as a student, you get to attend these streams, like I said, every weekend for an entire year. So I hope you're doing well this week. And this gesture focusing more on proportions from your feedback. Let me know what you think. I'm also having problems with placing the feet and making it look believable. Is it more of a thing where I have to get faster at it? Also, that if placing the feet and making it look believable, like in here. Where are the feet? What feet? Also did a portrait challenge this week, so I wanted to get your opinions on the values and rendering specifically. But if you see anything else that is also fine. Last week you said to add on to my 1 minute gesture. Could you clarify what you meant exactly? Last question. So by that I meant the and it's common. Like I've seen this with a bunch of other students too. But you're welcome, Yeli. Sometimes when you consider that you have like a minute to draw something, you're gonna take a bunch of shortcuts when you know that there's a minute limit. When you know that there's 2 minutes, sometimes the reason why like the two different times might not really have vastly different results and like the quality of the drawing, for example, it's just that you plan ahead a little bit more. So like the 2 minutes that you have, instead of just rushing through it, you just like you carefully place your lines, and you just maybe a little bit more deliberate, but in the end it doesn't necessarily result in more information that that you end up drawing. And so what I recommended is that you never do 2 minutes ever. You just do 1 minute, and then after you've done a few, just go back to those and then spend another minute on one of these that you've already done, like another one of these 1 minute sessions. So essentially, like you'll have a base already with something there, and then you would have another minute to add to this and detail it a little bit more. Just add more things, maybe correct the proportions a little bit, adjust the gesture slightly. So that's what I mean. Because there was not enough difference between the two. The 1 minute versions and the 2 minute versions. Yeah, kind of, exactly. Or just, going back in here exactly what I did, so you just go back in there, maybe you start to erase a couple things because, why not? It's quick. And then kind of just refine what you have here by spending an additional 1 minute instead of going at it, knowing you have 2 minutes and then kind of just doing it in one go. So for the feet, yeah, that would be something that's good to add, with that extra minute. You have something in here, and the feet don't need to be super detailed. Just like the hands, something a little bit more than just the ball too. It's just the hands and the feet, just they help convey so much gesture that it's sacrilege just not to add them. But when you do add them, it can be like as simple as that. That's it. That's a foot. That's a foot that's bent a little bit, touching the ground or something. Same thing with the hands. It can be just like, is the hand going in that direction, or is it going in this direction? Like, is she fanning herself, or is she more like, I don't know. Like that kind of information is pretty important. Again, doesn't need to be super detailed. That's enough. This looks really good. The lighting on here is really nice. Like pretty flat in a way. Like the shading is flat, but just the tones and the position, the placement of the shadows and everything is really nice. It's like it just feels really sunny. The highlight here on the nose, on the mouth here, just like a tiny touch, but not the highlight, the shadows. That looks good. Looks really good. Maybe in here it feels a little sharp. It works on this side because you have a little bit more of a gradient. Same thing here, like the transition from the light to the shadow is a little softer. It feels like the neck is softer, but here when it's a clear cut line, it looks more like a paper cutout rather than like a 3D volume. So I would just add a little bit of shadow to help the transition. You know, like a little bit of that usually helps. And I was gonna say one of the eyes is a little higher than the other one, like this one here. Boing. Don't have the reference. If you can, you know, in the future, include the reference that you used, so that I can compare the two a little better. But this looks really good, Joshua. So hope that helps. There's a few questions in here. Moving on to Natalia. Let's say Natalia. So I recovered most of the file and fixed the legs, as well as added additional elements for the room. Is this going in the right direction? Where would I go from here? Should I just start cleaning it up and coloring as a future portfolio piece, or should I add more elements to the room, beds, etc.? Okay, let's do this first one first. Oh, there we go. Now it's starting to look like a room. Nice. Yeah, I mean, in a room like you would probably have a couple more things in here. You know, like just molding at the base here of the walls. Maybe maybe a carpet. It's pretty, you know, it's pretty empty in this area. So I don't know, like a carpet, or just like cropping out this part of the drawing. You know, where there's nothing here. No need to keep that. And instead maybe adding some space here. So almost like just shifting the framing a little bit, so that the edge of the window doesn't land right on the edge of the canvas. That doesn't look too good usually. The same thing with these here, like having this too close to the edge. It's tough to avoid. Anything that touches the canvas, kind of have like having a character that, you know, whose feet just lands right on the edge. Also, like almost making it feel like they're walking on the edge of the canvas. All those things. Whenever you have elements in the image that get too close, try to adjust. So that could be by just continuing this thing here off screen, so we never see the point where it connects to the wall at all. That's one way. And here it could just be a lot thinner, maybe, so it's not so close to the edge. That one's good. You know, we don't see the edge. That's fine. But yeah, here either have the window kind of just continue so that we don't see that extra edge there, and then we get a little bit more of a buffer, or just increase the distance to the edge of the canvas a bit more, so that things can have enough breathing room. Yeah, like maybe what else would be missing in here? Maybe I don't know, like a poster, a frame, or some lights, maybe like a little lamp. If it's going to be a portfolio piece, you know, it's a good start for it. You have a good base. So see, make it look like your own desk. You know, what do you have on your desk? I look at my desk. There's a bunch of crap everywhere. It's not that clean, that's for sure. So I would need to add a bunch more stuff. And same thing here. Carpet. Have a little pad for my chair. It's going in the right direction though. So yeah, I definitely add a couple more things. That was good. And I doubled the time for the gesture drawing as you suggested. 60 seconds now, and tried a few from imagination. Mark them. Do you have any feedback? Lastly, attaching a small portrait in between studies. Wanted to practice just speeding up the process and so that I can do it in a short. Alright. Okay, which ones are these two here in the box? What's up, Zainab? Yeah, that's much better time, I think. You're able to get a lot more information in here. Like these are really good gestures. That one's very nice, great proportions here. Here too. That one too. I mean, most of them actually. Yeah. This one's got a slightly smaller head, big feet, but the ones, the ones done from reference, I think that's the way to go. Like 1 minute, definitely a good amount of time for you. are really good. And then the ones from Imagination, not too bad either. Proportions are good. You know, that's kind of the first thing that I pay attention to. Proportions are pretty good. This one that's sitting down, a little harder to see the legs, but still the proportions are good. I think it's just the this one box here. It's a little too big to be the hips. As I'm guessing that's what it is. It's a little too big compared to the torso. Unless he's got or she's got like super wide hips. Usually it's pretty equivalent, you know, kind of like what you have here. But anyways, yeah, that's good. So keep trying these. Keep trying like a few from Imagination in between. You'll see like you start to pick up a lot, and eventually, you know, I won't be able to tell. So I'm looking forward to the time where you don't mention it and I can't pick up the ones that you did from Imagination, and that will come much sooner than you think. And 8 portraits. Shading to queue an hour. Okay. It's good. Nice colors. Good amount of contrast. The character pops. So a lot of great qualities here. Very good presentation. He's definitely got more like that, definitely more stylized, cartoony style. Shading. The only thing that's tricky when shading something like this with like more realistic shading is that you'll discover a lot of problems that you can't really solve. So let's say the anatomy is not, you know, perfect, and you're trying to shade it in 3D, you know, like as if it were volume, but it's a drawing that's not meant to be in 3D. Then you start to run into issues. The shading looks good. I wouldn't really call it shading. It's more like a little bit of a change of colors, maybe, which does look good. Like under the neck here, that's a nice touch. On the ears, you know, under the eyebrows. So you have it in the right spot. Just like maybe for this particular style, like something maybe a little bit more bold, just like the style of the art itself might work better. And trying to use more, you know, like more realistic shading, like you know, kind of like that kind of shading. For stuff that's more technically correct, and maybe more of a like cell shading type of stuff like that. Cell shading doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter if it's correct or not. It's part of the style also, and like you can kind of stylize the way that you draw those shadows. It can be quite bold and doesn't need to be realistic. And also maybe I'll try something like that for this particular style, and save, you know, the real shading when you can clearly identify the different volumes in the face, different volumes for the nose, for the mouth, for the like the eye sockets, for the face in general. Yeah. Because I feel like it might not be as valuable of an exercise, you know, to spend time shading something like this, or spending so much time shading something like this in this particular style. I don't think you get as much value for your time, but just something to consider. I hope that helps, Natalia. Moving on to Coco. What's up, Coco? So here's what I've done on splash art for this week. I focused mainly on her. That's why most of the things in the background are still the same as the last time. I haven't changed her staff as well, and I can't decide between the two concept ideas that I made. One of the things that I'm super proud of is her necklace, which I aligned with her shoulders in perspective perfectly. Well, you say, yeah, we'll see about that. Also added the 2 white veils And I tried to create a lot of foreshortening and movement about the one that is coming near to the staff. That one here. Don't worry, it won't be that white as there will be moving water near it. Roger that. So we'll need to shade it a lot, and also we'll add a lot of water splashes. I'll be happy to know what you think about the splash art. There's nothing specific I want to focus on. All right. Ooh. Yeah, I agree. The necklace is really well lined up. Maybe not perfectly, but pretty dang pretty close. The only thing, you know, that I'm looking here, that I'm noticing at least, is like, imagine you have like nips somewhere in here, like nipples somewhere in here. They're not covered the same, you know, the same amount. Like this on this side here doesn't reach as low. And so that would be kind of the first clue that it's not quite centered, but it looks good. So how would we change this without redoing the whole thing? Let's try. It would be like a combination of like pulling it to the right and then lifting it up here on that side. Yeah, kind of like that, I guess. So that's, you can show a little bit more of this, so that's more similar to the other side. So not a big change, but I think something like this would help. Ah, crap! I didn't do it. A new layer. Oops. I did a big heck. Yeah, small change, but it's really good. So it's almost perfect. Yeah, she's starting to look really good, man. We have a lot more details in here. We have all the little ribbon in the back here. Like one, should I mention this? Should I not? Nah. I was gonna say, like, for details in the back here, like that trim there, maybe you can reduce its visual weight because it's far in the distance. You know, it doesn't need to be as crisp as that. It could be just a much lighter color so that doesn't contrast as much. So, you know, in the back it looks more just like almost just like a white ribbon. But yeah, it's such a small detail that I don't think it's worth mentioning now. It's like one of those final adjustments for the end, and you're not there yet. So I should have just ignored that one. Yeah, the shading in here looks real nice. Oh, and you changed the skirt too. Yeah, so the overall feedback in here, I think, is going to be regarding the saturation of your gold. Mainly, you know, down here, it's very saturated, like all the way to the right. I would reduce that quite a bit. Keep that level of saturation for this area, like around the face. So even the staff up here, all the details in the dress, you know, like keep it more like this, even less saturated than that. Actually, it's not so bad. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, because this is a little too saturated. It's pretty aggressive. It screams loud. Look at me. Same thing with the bracelet here. Very saturated too. We'll tone that down a little bit. Here as well. A lot of contrast, a lot of saturation. And when it comes to the hair, I mean, crazy amount of details in here. It's just that the overall light on the hair is a little, still makes it real, as you know, at first glance more like a silhouette, like a black silhouette. We don't really see the details in here as much, so you could solve that by adding a little bit more light. Some of these, and like really treating each of the braids as like long snakes, kind of ignoring the details. So let's see. So you know, like one would have a shadow at the bottom, light on top, that kind of stuff. Let's try. That's way too intense, but just so that you see what I mean. And then treating like the top of the hair here maybe as more like a big mass. Or maybe you haven't gotten to that point yet, but yeah, the hair, like all those details, they try to blend together, because all we see are the details, but not the shading for the braids themselves. It's like the shading for the individual little detail here. So it's more like the big tube here that you would want to shade properly. Shade that first. Lighting on top. The light at the top here, and then shade the details, you know. Other than that, yeah, coming along really nicely. Face, you're asking about. Face looks good. Yeah, looks pretty good. Would I change anything? Not yet, like maybe at the end, adding some extra details maybe to bring a little bit more of a little bit more realism, kind of like what you have in the hands here. Like the hands so well shaded, it looks like your real hand. Same with the torso, you're very nice shading here. Yeah, maybe just bringing a couple of references and like just adjusting the details left and right, but it's very nice, you know, already. Maybe like the position of the mouth is not quite centered. Like it doesn't feel like she's opening her mouth. More like the mouth is open, but like the jaw is not really following that. You know what I mean? Like she could have her mouth closed, and I think it would read the same. Maybe not. Or maybe it's just maybe it's just the position of it. Like the teeth here, making them feel like they go around. Like this here feels a little too close. You know, you have the teeth here, and then there's not a whole lot of space for the bone. Maybe the teeth a little higher. Reference is gonna solve your issues here. Or just double check for that particular area of the mouth. The rest looks good though. And then maybe the eyes, like it's always more, you always connect more with the characters when you can see the iris, pupils. Maybe it's just like a darker color. Or maybe she's looking at some, whatever she's looking at. I think it's always nice when you can tell a bit more clearly. gives her more of a personality. She seems less like unconscious. I don't know, maybe it's just a personal thing. It always feels like I connect less with characters where you can't really see the eyes properly. Anyways, well, that helps. Coco. Coming along really nicely. That's quite the project. Oh, snappy. Robin. Really? Let's see that. Yeah, no, Fuad, I think it's just it was probably like a something. Yeah, I don't know. Because it seems crisp enough other places, so maybe it was just like pasted in here. I haven't cleaned it up yet or something. Either way. I'm sure that'll get cleaned up as he continues to put more time in here. So I worked some more on my splash art and also asked Reddit how I should name my Animal Island project. Initially, I thought about something like Pure Postal, but someone told me that postal can be insanely or murder. Yeah, I don't know if you know that. Like, it's a game from it was famous when I was younger, like in high school. It's called Postal, and it was just like you do the most ridiculous thing, you know, like you use like a cat as a silencer, and it was just a horrible game. But yeah, especially if it was the other way around, like Postal Peter, then it's just Peter just gone on a complete rampage. So I'm still looking for a name. Let me know if you have any ideas for the name, or if you have some recommendations for IPs. Right on. I'm not gonna try to name your project. That would be too bold of me, but maybe, like, I don't know. I don't know what his job is in the game, but it could be like Postmaster Peter, you know, something like that. Although he's probably not the postmaster, it's probably just like an employee. Peter Mail. That sounds ridiculous. Yeah, just be careful about that word. I agree. It could mean something else entirely. Especially if you look at this, like, oh, these characters are all cute, but then you're like, wait, is there like a really twisted, you know, kind of part of this project that we don't see here, where they're just gonna, you know, murder each other? I don't think that's the case, so. Oh man, that looks good. Yeah, that looks like a poster. Boom. Just full characters, a little bit of background still there, still looks great, but the characters definitely, you know, the focus now. They're not just taking like a family photo on the beach. It actually feels like a poster, like you're in the action. Oh man, this is really good. Look at those lines too. Clean AF. Oh, it's gonna be fun to color. I'm jealous. Yeah, I really like the adjusted scale for everybody, where you see just mostly just characters. Like it really feels like a big gang now. Like it feels like there's a lot more characters in here. Maybe there are actually. I think you added a few more. That's why. But it helps, makes a huge difference. That's a really, really kick-ass poster. Yeah, not much to add really, other than like just being careful. Just this one little thing, you know, that, and it's so stupid, but it catches my eye. I'm sure it's gonna catch the eye of somebody else too. Like the fact that this leg just lands, or the foot just lands right on the edge of the canvas. You know, just add maybe a little bit more space. Boom, and now it's not a problem anymore. Or not as big of a problem. This looks really good. Yeah, if you guys have any name recommendations in here, shoot them in the comments. Help out Peter. Help out Peter to find a name for his project. More like help Robin find a name for the project. Peter's got no say in this. Also depends, like I don't know, is he delivering mail? Is that the game? Like I've seen a lot of the art of the game, but I don't know exactly like what you do in there, all the things that you can do, like his background. Maybe you mentioned it, I forgot. Yeah, like what he's about, like what he does, all those things can help create like a cool name for the project. If he's on like a mission to become something, you know, like a kind of like the first idea. If he's on a mission to become the number one at the post office, then maybe he's like Postmaster Peter. You know, he's trying to get there. He's not there yet, or maybe something that relates to his future goal, something that he's aspiring to, or maybe it's not about him. Maybe it's about like all this gang. Male Mania. That's a good name. Like Male Mania would be cool if it's not necessarily about him the most, you know, if he's like if he gets to interact with a lot of different characters. Think of like the Final Fantasy games, right? You know, you're always playing the main character. So the game could technically be called, you know, like Cloud 7. No, that makes no sense. But it's not. It's called Final Fantasy instead, because it's not just about him. It's like a bigger story that he's just a part of. So there's some things to keep in mind. But yeah, when it comes to the art though, damn, you nailed it. That was so good. Well, that helps. Moving on to Katie. Katie. I just finished this piece recently, and I have some questions regarding the lighting and colors. Message in a bottle. Is that how they deliver the mail? Just throw in the ocean. I hope you make it. How do you think I can push the light and the shadow further? Also, do you think the color is boring? I tried to add some other colors, but it looks like that it collides with each other. Boring? Well, you have a good color palette in here. It's a analogous color palette. So we have kind of this range here, like a good third. Yeah, a good third of the chromatic circle, or in this case, the chromatic stripe. That's good. That's a good range. You know, good enough range where you get to have some warmer colors in the mix and some cooler colors, so it doesn't feel overwhelmingly warm or cool. I think you could definitely, you know, maybe add a little bit of warmth here with the fire, because the fire doesn't read as fire at all. I'm just noticing that he's lighting up a cig, but yeah, usually fire is going to be a little bit more warm than that. I think that could be cool, you know, help bring extra emphasis on his face. Warmer colors usually more commanding of visual weight. I always give the example of you know, like you're walking in the forest and you see like a campfire. That's gonna be the one thing that stands out the most, because it's a huge contrast with the nights, you know, the night light. Everything's cool, everything's kind of dark, and then you have this really bright, warm light. You kind of want to go towards it. So the same thing here, and it works well because it's actual fire. Like that's too much, and that's not really what fire looks like. But hold on. He's got a flamethrower for his lighter. That's too big, but you know, maybe introducing those kinds of colors in here, and so they can have a little bit of that orange glow on his face. Makes it look kind of cozy. It's a nice contrast with the rest of the skin. The skin's a lot more desaturated, a lot cooler, and so to have like this warmer highlights, I think it's a nice touch. It helps you focus on the face. Now it's like, oh, there's something intimate going on here, like a light source that's only affecting his face. Maybe the hand here a little bit. Yeah, honestly, that's like in terms of the colors, I think that's the only thing I would really change, because otherwise it's very successful. He did a really good job with the shading in here. Yeah, it's a really nice painting. The hand still looks a little off. I think like part of it is the size of the fingers. Like they're all pretty much the same size. It doesn't feel like the pinky's any smaller than the other ones. And also the fingers are not the same length. So whenever you have like knuckles, you always get like something that's converging. No, it's never like two straight lines, two parallel lines like you have here. Parallel. You're always gonna get, you know, if those are the knuckles, or if those are the like the first joints of the fingers, then the knuckles might look something like this instead, you know, kind of pointing in. Same thing here, a little bit more like that. It just feels too boxy. I think that's what it is. And right now, this is really bringing down the whole piece. It's got a very nice face, nice style here. Yeah, but the hands is not quite there. So I just bring in a reference. You know, you can do the same pose yourself and go like this, have something, and boom, and then kind of just copy that. Or maybe do a bunch of studies in that particular angle. Do a couple studies first, and then go into the real drawing here after you've kind of warmed up to those kinds of shapes. Folds look good. Good amount of contrast in here. You know, you go dark enough. Maybe you could go a little darker in some of these areas, like when the folds are really deep, like under the hoodie here, because you tend to lose maybe a little bit of contrast, a little too much contrast. But yeah, no, overall you did a really good job. What the hell, Katie? Okay, who is this? Make sure maybe the name is in here. Make sure that you include your name so that I can keep track of your progress over time. Let's see. That's Ali. Let me know. Tectonic? I doubt that's your name. But yeah, just in the future, make sure that that you include your name so that I can keep track. Alright, so first I'm sending in assignments. I just wanted to say that I already did all the assignments that are related to Photoshop, but since I felt really comfortable using Photoshop, I decided to start sending assignments from the figure drawing section, since it's my weakest one. Yep, no problem at all. Don't need to send all the assignments at all. Just send whatever you feel you need the most help with. So that's good that everything is under control on Photoshop's side. So with that out of the way, I just want to say that I just want to say, as an architect who specializes in habitat and landscape, I have no problem reading any kind of perspective, whether it's a complex shape or even an organic one. However, when it comes to human anatomy, I find it very difficult to read the way muscles move in a 3D space. I'm pretty sure because I've been studying only regular and somewhat organic shapes in a 3D space. So basically, I find myself in a spot where I can read a human body only in regular shapes, like the cylinder exercises I did before this one. But after that, I'm in a complete loss. Muscles and how they behave. Well, that's a good problem to have, because that's the first step, right? So that's the first step with everything, to see it this way. And it's, you know, the exercises at the beginning are meant to train the students, to train your eye to do that more often, to try to abstract a lot of the details. You know, take like a figure like this that looks complicated. There's a lot going on here, but it's training your eye to remove all of that, abstracting a lot of stuff, and just keeping the simple volumes and nothing else. And so if you have, you know, an easier time doing this, that is great, because that's the first step, and it's the foundation for every drawing afterwards. So yeah, the idea, I mean, because whenever you get to draw from imagination, you know, in the future, drawing characters from imagination, this is always what we start with. So if you can draw, you know, basic shapes like this, different angles and different perspective, different amount of foreshortening, all that stuff, that's perfect. That means your drawing is going to be solid from the start. And then yeah, when it gets to just adding the anatomy on top, that's just going to be you know, months, years long process, because there's a lot of stuff to learn there. I always give the example of you know, how easy for you now it must be to just draw a box in 3D, right? You can draw that from imagination because you know it's inside and out. I mean, there's not a whole lot of things to remember here, but you can take that same box, maybe it's like a smaller box and that's not as thick, and draw it in different perspective. I'm sure you're able to do that too. And essentially your anatomy is going to get to that point eventually. So you just gotta really learn how this is constructed first, and then you'll be able to rotate it. It's just, yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Instead of a box, it's a bajillion of muscles. That guy is pretty spot on. Always cross my eyes to to make them overlap. Yeah, that's really good. Proportions are right on point. Like the position of the legs is slightly off, but not enough that it changes anything. It's like 95%, 95% there. Did a really good job with this guy. Yeah, so nothing really to correct here, but moving forward, you know, if characters is what you're what you're looking into kind of pushing more. And by the way, did you leave your So if you yeah, since you're here, if you have like a main goal for your art, I think that'd be nice to let me know. Where do you want to take this? You know, clearly you're taking it seriously. Well, what's the end goal? Where do you want to go from here? Because yeah, if it's just getting good at characters, that might be part of the goal. Doing this, if you can start to practice this from imagination. If this is too easy, try doing this from imagination, keeping in mind the proportions of a human. I think that's going to be a little harder. And then once you're a little volume people like this, cylinder people start to look pretty good at consistently, then you can start to introduce a little bit of foreshortening, and so there's a lot of stuff from there that you can add to make it harder. But I think that's a good exercise to keep practicing this stuff, because like I said, that's going to be the foundation of any drawing in the future. And then these to train your eye, essentially train your eye to spot distances between the limbs, to get good at finding reference points on the body that you can measure against other reference points. Character design and environment at the same time. Okay, cool. Like design or illustration, or both. Can be both. And is it just for fun, or is it more for like money reasons? Like you want to start, you want to push it enough that you can start to earn money from this, or is it just purely, just a hobby that you take very seriously? And I was saying, and then yeah. So these exercises, good to keep working on those. Moving forward, as you add more to this. But I will say, when using references in general, something that I try to tell every student, but use references that you feel that you will likely reuse in the future. If it's a pose like this, and you're thinking to yourself, there's no way in hell I'll ever draw this pose again in no context, then it's not as good of a reference. A pose like that, much better of a reference, because you'll probably draw something similar, legs in that position, torso in that position, arms in that position, and so that's a much better reference from that point of view. And here, like having the arm like this, the head tilted, a little less likely again that you'll use something like this. Position of the leg, that's good, the arm too. But yeah, like those kinds of references that you feel that you'll be more likely to rely on, when you draw your own characters, those are the good ones to study. I have a story to make my arts. Okay, cool. Right on. So you have your own project that you want to illustrate. Perfect. Yeah, so it's gonna be a lot of characters, so that's good. You're on the right track. Yeah, there's nothing really that's off here. It's really good. Just keep pushing in that way, like the little things that I suggested, and yeah, looking forward to see how much. Looking forward to see the progress over the weeks. I'm excited, especially when we get to see that. Maybe when we get to see that project. Moving on to Laura. So I hope you had a great week as well. I did, thanks. I tried to implement the suggestions from last week and gave her a little more dynamic pose and more curves. I didn't change the thickness of the outlines in certain spots yet, but I have that in mind and we'll do this later in the process. So far from finished, but I'd love to hear your opinion before I continue with rendering. I feel there's something wrong with the legs. All right, ooh. Well, there we go, shading, hello. Yeah, the face looks much better. So, you know, thickness of the lines, it kind of depends how much shading you're going to be using in here. If you go pretty heavy with the shading, the line thickness doesn't really matter, because the shading would kind of just take over anyways. So let's say those lines here, they could completely disappear if you have enough shading. And so it wouldn't really matter the line's thick or not, because it's gone. And that's kind of what I'm getting from the result that you have here. It's very, like, the line's very light, almost not present. You know, like, you rely a lot more on the volumes, on the light, on the shading. And that's a really nice look, you know. Looks very good. I think to pull this off though, you're just gonna need to go a little harder, a little darker on the edges of your volumes, more specifically. Like all of this stuff in the center of the mask, I think that looks pretty good. It's going to be like let's see how, like, the shirt here and like the sleeve. Whatever. Perfect. So that's the hand here coming out. So right now what we're getting is kind of like this. You get the idea, you know, what everything is, but the overlap of the arm on top of the shirt, it's not clear that it's a volume that's on top of it. It could be like right next to it. It could be like the order here is a little weak. So what I'm talking about here is to, like, reinforce the shading there on the edges to really make the volume pop. And the same thing here with the side of the jacket maybe. So on the inside it looks good. It's really just the edges, like when the light transitions outside of our field of vision, like behind what we can see, it's those edges that I would make a little more intense. Like here. Try to get the same color. I'm gonna probably add too much. Let me just put a different layer. Tweak the opacity. Back here. So it's gonna essentially replace, you know, the line, your line art completely, or at least almost completely. It's going dark enough in those and the edges here, like the hair, like this strand of hair kind of blends with the background a little bit. So you could make that feel a little more 3D. Give that a little bit more volume. I'm just using black now. Obviously you could use a better color than that, but something here with the bottom of the sleeve, those folds. Some of these deeper folds. A little bit more strength. Same thing here on the edge, just a little darker. Really make it feel like it's, you know, it's round. It's a round cylinder. It's a volume. And if you're really light with it, you know, if you just treat it like it's the edges, don't go too far into the volume, then it's not gonna change a whole lot here. It's just gonna make everything read a lot better. Give it a lot more of that 3D feel, and then you won't have to even touch your lines. So that kind of stuff I would recommend, because this is like the perfect style for it. It's painterly. Your lines are already very faint, and yeah, it's kind of just begging for a little bit more contrast. Because yeah, you know, if you do this kind of everywhere. Okay, so let's do it with the hand here real quick. You can, once you're done, you can kind of remove the lines or just blend the lines and the shading together. Or yeah, just remove the lines. Everything should still hold up. That was a little dead. Could use a better color than gray, but yeah, it doesn't take much for the lines to become kind of irrelevant. That's pretty much it, Laura. Wait, one more thing maybe. Just the, like, this leg there. I'm not a fan of the, like, the thickness here and how that's like almost thinner as it goes towards the hips. I think you should change that so that maybe this gets a little narrower, just a little bit. And then this gets a little thicker here. I don't think you need to go too much, just so that it starts to get a little thicker towards the hips. It's rarely the case otherwise. Yeah, I feel better. Just a tiny change. Yeah, this is the trajectory here is looking good. Whee! I'm really looking forward to see the next update. Really good stuff, Laura. Moving on to Cosmo. What up, Cosmo? Good to hear that you've been doing good. Grinding art has been really nice, and I feel like I'm improving a lot. Hell yes. I've been it's been a while since I have a few. Oh man. Let me read that again. What the hell is happening to me? Literally made up all the words I just said. So it's been a while, so I have a few things to show. Only 2 character designs. In the last few weeks, I was suffering from severe. What? Severe. I want to study, but I don't have. Oh, okay. Severe. I want to study, but I don't have time syndrome, if that exists. Yeah, but it's a great problem to have. It's kind of like one of the tricks that I think I mentioned in one of my YouTube videos at some point, where like leaving art when you still feel like you're not done, it makes you crave it more, you know, and that's a good thing. It's way better to crave it than just be, you know, kind of overwhelmed by it and just that's too much. So it does exist, and it's a great place to be in. Although yes, yeah, of course, if you could draw some more, that'd be nice too, if you have the focus for it. So seriously, I feel like I was getting bad at art and I really want to improve, but I don't have time. The first design is supposed to be a military general on the right hand of the queen, if you can remember her. I had a few issues finding her colors because I wasn't sure if I went with a different color variation. If she could still be associated with her. She's supposed to be intimidating despite not having crazy horns and all that. I see. The second one is supposed to be the protagonist of the story, and she's supposed to be the sister of the so-called queen. She's a lone wanderer carrying a long suitcase with her that may or may not be extremely important. Compared to her sister, she isn't cocky, doesn't show a lot of feelings, and is more of a timid and thoughtful person. Feedback would like it to be mainly about the design. I feel like I get the idea across, but my hook is never that strong. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, Laura. Glad it helps. Yeah, look at that, dude. I'll just point out presentation again. I'll never I'll never let you guys off the hook with this. Values too similar. Too similar. So for the background, I would either go like, yeah, no, I think there's only one way to go from here. It's just lighter. So that's the coat, or coat contrast with it a little bit more. Because right now, if you look at the values here, I mean, it's hovering in this area. That's not good. You know, it doesn't. There's not enough contrast there for it to read well. Because from a distance, it's kind of hard to see the outline of the coats. I mean, you can still see it, but it could be better. As in, just making this whole thing lighter. And yeah, when in doubt, you know, just keep the background white. White works great. Most of the time. There's not a thing in you know, like in job interviews or for art recruiters where if they see like a white background, it's a negative thing. And not at all. Whatever helps make the thing read better. If it's just having a completely white background, then so be it. It looks just as good. Why is it so slow? Come on, computer. Ugh. There we go. So since she's darker, maybe white would be a little too much contrast. So you don't want too much, but you don't want too little either. So yeah, maybe something like this. Now the smoke kind of gets lost in the background, but yeah. Boom, problem solved. Right. Now she pops. So design wise, this is the queen. She looks like the queen of chess. Like her attacks all like chess moves. Like she throws just, you know, chess pieces at other people. So if she's a guard, there's no rules, right? So yeah, it's your universe, it's your world. You can do whatever you want. Maybe I would try to find some things in the shape language that link them maybe a little bit better, more obviously, because if you saw those two characters right next to one another, I mean, there's nothing really to say that she's inferior or that she's under her. The relationship is definitely not obvious, so maybe it's just a matter of having like some red on her, so that, you know, but red in a way that it's not like she doesn't use it as a weapon. Maybe it's just, you know, like a red gem, or maybe that thing here is red. It just looks cool. It just looks like, you know, money, and could suggest that, yeah, now they're a little bit more connected that way. It's still unclear, but at least the color gives us a slight hint that there might be a connection there. If not that, or in addition, yeah, shape language wise, just good old shape language. Like, what do you have here? Well, spikes, spiky pointy bits, like blades looking shapes. In here, not a whole lot. I mean, you have the sword itself, but yeah, if she had like some spiky bits too, I think that would help kind of sell that aspect. Like, this is pretty unique about her. You know, that thing here. Maybe there'd be a way to implement something like this on here as well. Maybe it's just like at the edge, at the end of the jacket. You got like these spikes here. Either there or are they floating? Maybe she could have something floating too. Or her shoulders. Yeah, you know, like there's no square in the queen's design. It's all just like triangle shapes almost. Triangle, pointy triangles. You know, like you get pointy triangle here, like pizza slice, pizza slice, pizza slice, like really narrow slice here. Pointy triangle again, triangle again. So maybe that would be one thing here that you could adjust. Maybe she shares that triangular shape language a little bit more. So pointy there, and I mean there's probably a bunch of other areas where you could apply that as well. Maybe having a little bit more of that duality in the colors, like black and white, a little more obvious here. Because right now it looks just black and with some white accents, but it doesn't really represent like the two together. So maybe her jacket is kind of like this checkboard pattern. That would make it maybe a little more obvious. Maybe that's too tacky, I don't know. But then you could maybe tell that there's more of a relationship between the two. So shape language and colors. I had an older version where her uniform was white instead of black with the black jacket. Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, because the ratio here is really like 50-50, right? So it's 50 black, 50 white. So it depends, you know, maybe she's mostly black and with white accents, and then maybe she's mostly white with black accents, and then when you see them all together, like we'll get it. You know, it's like, oh, you know, she's kind of like she's kind of both, and then those two are like more extreme, maybe. I don't know. But that could be cool. It's just when you don't see them in a lineup, yeah, there's not a whole lot to link them together. So at least design-wise, like trying to reuse some of those shapes that she has in here. She just doesn't have a whole lot of stuff going on. She doesn't have that many shapes to reuse. But anything that she's got in here, you know, like the little circle with the diamond in the center, like the StarCraft pylon, maybe reusing that as design elements in her as well, like in her outfit, or maybe just like patterns on her pants, or in a way to stylize the jacket, like maybe stuff that's instead of being just is this a sleeve? Yeah, it is. Maybe something like this instead of being just round. Maybe you got like those spikes here, the same shapes. I don't know. Many things that you can do. But yeah, shape language I think would be a big one here. Have the three characters speak the same language a little more. Because like right now, those two they work pretty well together. I mean, nah, take it back. There's this, you know, to link them. But she's still definitely a little more spiky, and she doesn't have any of that. You know, it's more round. So yeah, overall shape language, but the design in general looks very cool. I don't think I have anything to say there. It's just going to be like the smaller details, trying to make sure that shape language is consistent across the board. That helps. Moving on to Preston. So last week I went camping, so I wasn't able to submit. Hope you had fun. I also had a busy week, so I didn't get as much done as usual. However, I worked on this new character a little bit. She's a crossbow sniper that can control the trajectory of her shots, so she works as an assassin. I wanted to make her very muscular and tough, but I was struggling with it. Looks like I'll have to practice some more anatomy. That being said, what are the glaring issues with her anatomy as of now? I struggle with keeping her feminine, but also muscular. Also, how do you feel about the current design? I wanted to mix between assassins with their stealthy tight suits and fantasy rangers. Oh no, what did I do? So, like, to make a, maybe it would help instead of starting from like a really strong build to just start with a regular kind of generic female body, and then pack in the muscles on top of that. Because the one thing is that, like, something that's gonna make it still look feminine, even though she might be muscular, is gonna be her proportions. You know, that's not gonna change. The shoulders still gonna remain the same width. Maybe there's gonna be a little bit more muscle on top, but the proportions of, you know, like the position of the shoulders versus the hips, the thickness of her limbs, all that stuff, thickness of her wrists, of her ankles, the width of the knees, all of that won't really change, even if she's muscular. And also, I mean, there's also like a limit to how muscular a woman can be, unless she starts to shoot up. It's just not enough testosterone. So like arms this big, unlikely. They can still get pretty, you know, wide. Like think of swimmers. You know, they have like wide shoulders, wide backs. But it's gonna be those bigger muscles, rather than the smaller muscles like the bicep that will get big. Biceps usually will stay pretty small. Triceps too, forearms too. The wrist, you know, will still be small. But maybe she's gonna have more of a V behind. Maybe she'll be wider, but not necessarily bulkier. That makes sense. That doesn't really make sense, but. Like, let's say you start with a regular body. And then from here, then you would start to add the muscle. So that's kind of what I mean. So maybe maybe she's got slightly bigger shoulders. Sticks out a bit more. Maybe she's got a bit more of a V taper here in the back. So the position of the breast, for example, the position of the rib cage, none of that's changing. That's still in the same spot. Just that maybe the silhouette's gonna be a little wider there. Around the waist, really not a whole lot to grow there. Around the hips, same thing. The legs, the legs and the glutes might get thicker. So instead of having a gap in between here, maybe you won't anymore. But I would tackle it this way instead of just trying to make like a really beefy character. Start with a regular body and then add muscles like locally. That's gonna probably be more aesthetic. Because right now, I mean, the reason I'm saying this is because that looks more like a male character when you look at it quickly than a female character. And a lot of it has to do, with the like thickness of the ankles, the wrists, the size of the hands, the bulkiness of the arms, all of that. Anyways, I'm sure you get the point. For the outfit, yeah. I don't think I would think of her as anything else, but something like an assassin type. she's got like her little cloak to hide herself when she's crouching, when she's trying to not be detected. She's got a big crossbow that clearly is not there for fun. That's there to hurt people. Looks cool. Yeah, her outfit overall is very nice. Like the silhouette, very like unique. How the bow is so big. We'll definitely like maybe rework this a little bit to make it more intricate. Like why is it so big, and like for something this thick, to be able to pull this would be quite a feat. So, and also it's just kind of like this kind of boring, wood stick. Maybe there's a little bit more to it. Maybe it's like some stuff that's sculpted here so that she can have like a better handle. Maybe the tip here is kind of like a machine gun, where you can have it on the shoulder. I don't know, to shoot better. Yeah, like all of the stuff in here. Maybe that part's a little thicker. Then it gets narrow and then wide again. Maybe. I think there's a lot that you can do with this, and probably you're not done with it. Yeah, there you go. More of a placeholder. That's what it looked like. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of opportunity here to really make that a strong hook. Like that's gonna be the weapon that really makes her stand out. And yeah, like tall, like strong female characters. I think of like the knight, in Game of Thrones. Forgot her name. Tarp, whatever. But being tall, that's already something that's gonna make her more imposing. So maybe she's really, really tall. So as a result, she might not seem like she's that bulky. It's gonna be just because she's tall. Maybe like slightly wider shoulders, a little bit more mass in the arms, a little more in the legs. But her being tall is gonna be what makes her seem imposing. I mean, to be fair, she's kind of tall already. So. Yeah, dude. I don't know. So far, so good. Maybe shape language a little weak, so that's something else that you could keep in mind moving forward. You have like these circles there on the knees. Something on the shoulder here, something on the belt buckle. But then you have a little bit of a point, almost like an arrow here on the hoodie. Trying to find some of these that maybe you feel would be interesting, would fit her. And try to spread those out a little bit more, because right now it's pretty generic. Otherwise, like the rest of the outfit there's really nothing that stands out as being unique. So I would have like some of that repetition, because when you start to repeat shapes, then it's like, oh yeah, that's different. Everything kind of works. Looks like everything's been built by the same person in this world. Because right now it looks more like she just kind of entered the store and kind of just grabbed whatever, and that's her outfit. Anyways, the house pressing. Really good direction so far. Warren, what's up? I'm doing great. I hope you had a great week too. So I started on Mech design. I found it really difficult since it was so much different than my usual process. I did these using the 2D block method, which was hard to understand at first, but I feel like I made some good work using it, so I'm happy with it. Painting in grayscale was also kind of hard for me since I've only done it a handful of times, so my brushwork and colors are a bit worse than usual. Also, how are the designs? The one on the bottom was my first attempt, so it's not too creative, but the top one I had more of a goal in mind for. Right. Did this again. Stop it, Photoshop. Stop it! right now, Preston, it's not necessarily more detail, although that would kind of come with it. You know, like some of these things here are a little bland right now, but it's more like trying to find something in here that you can repeat, so that it becomes like a uniform that's been designed with a particular style in mind. So it could be this. You know, let's just take something random, like that thing on the shoulder. So like an X with a circle in the center. Maybe that's the thing. So okay, so that's kind of what you have here. Yeah, you can have it again on the hoodie here. Maybe going into the sides there. Maybe having that line kind of carry towards the center. Body, maybe this goes all the way to the arms. Maybe that thing here. Is that what you did? Is that what this is? Maybe with colors that would have been more. That'd be more obvious. But yeah, it's that kind of stuff then. So I feel like the shape, like it's still a little too different here. Like here we have ovals. Here it's a circle. So just trying to make that a little more similar. Like the trims here again, it's pretty small versus this one's pretty wide. So like at first glance, I didn't really notice that was kind of the same shape. So unifying those, I think, would help. So if the trims here were wider, just like the ones on the leg, if it were more of an oval, I think it'd be a lot more obvious that, oh, okay, so this is the same thing actually. But yeah, it's that kind of stuff. Trying to repeat those things, repeat those details. And trying to come up with something that would make her feel like a shape that would make her feel like an assassin. Having that looks like a target, so that's a good one overall. But also finding something that's maybe a little spike here, like something in her silhouette that would suggest her role. The bow helps, of course. The crossbow helps, but maybe it's like some details here on the shoulders and like some spiky details. Just try to think of animals that are predators, or insects that are, you know, that eat other insects. What makes them look like they're the predators, and trying to incorporate some of those design cues in your design. Yeah, that's a good touch. That's like the crosshair idea. I'm noticing it now. Yeah, something extra on top of that would be cool too. Something that makes it look dangerous, like a spider. Spiders look dangerous because they have these long legs. It's like pointy, like long, and it almost looks like a bunch of knives. You know, that's walking. Those are usually good for characters. Like those types of design elements are good for characters that are meant to be menacing. So Warren, so you said the one at the bottom was more of a test, right? Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Yeah, and that's great process too. Starting with something a little bit more simple to make sure that you understand it, and then going to something that's a little bit more intricate. Man, that looks really good. A gardening robot. Love those shapes. That looks great. Good amount of detail. Cool colors. Very nice. Yeah, this little guy too, like even, you know, pretty simple, but it works quite well. yeah, so I don't know if you use Photoshop or something else, but some of the gradients here kind of got lost in translation. From here where it's nice and soft to here where it's a little bit more sudden, a bit more angular. But this is good. Nice range of colors here. So slightly more desaturated green, a little cooler or green, and then you go into warmer green, a little bit more yellow, more saturation. Very nice. Same thing here. Very nice range of yellows. Textbook, perfect. Yeah, something that makes mechs look really cool is when you can see a little bit more of the joints, like a little bit more how the joints function. And you don't need too much, you don't need to have like a bunch of legs and all that stuff. If it's just one arm, that's usually enough. But being able to see kind of, it could be just a matter of pushing this out, like pulling out the shoulders a bit, so that you can see maybe like the rods, the metal rods going in here, like some of the pistons, a little bit more. Or maybe it's here, in the connection here at the torso, where you can see a little bit more. Because right now that it makes it hard to imagine how that would bend, if it did bend at all. But maybe having a little bit more of those details visible here. Mechs look great when you really keep in mind the design ratios. So when you have like nice clean plates like this, and then you focus those details in some areas where you have like clusters of tech, in some bits, but not others. So maybe like around the neck here, that'd be another great opportunity. Maybe there's just more going on in the head. You could have like a bunch of different cameras here that we can kind of see through. Different sensors, maybe some light coming from within this little window there. And it could be how it's connected to the rest of the torso. Maybe there's like some different pistons. Think of the anatomy of a real neck. Like sternomastoids, the traps in the back. How all of this could maybe be turned into just some pistons, some Mecha pistons instead. And we could be able to see maybe a little bit more here, get a better idea of how that head would rotate, and the kind of range of motion that it would have. Because right now it feels like it can just rotate this way, like one axis. But it could do much more than that. Why not? I think that's what's missing right now. Like the amount of tech that we can see, maybe a little too little. It's not quite like 1/3. You have a lot of plate, not as much tech. I mean, it looks great. I'm nitpicking, obviously. This looks super cool, but yeah, you could make it look maybe a little more techy. Would seem less like a cartoon and more like a real functioning mech. And the background here is like the background's pretty cool, and your mech is also pretty cool in terms of the colors. Like this was a lot more successful. Talking about colors, I would try to do the same thing here. So that blue here, maybe it's lit by the sun directly. Maybe that turns to white, like a light yellow. And you keep the bluer tint for the back where the light is not maybe as present. Same thing with the blue here, warming up that blue a little bit more maybe. But yeah, overall, very nice. See how cool that is? Ah, I did it again. This is only like a Huion thing. I never did this with the welcome. It must be like some weird delay in calculating when the pen is off the screen, or maybe the distance. That's annoying. But yeah, as I was saying, very cool how you can start with just a bunch of simple shapes like this and turn this into like a cool little robot. Very nice, Warren. Moving on to Angelica. How are we doing on time? I need to pick up the pace. We're never gonna make it. So for this week, the feedback will be my attempt. For this week's feedback will be my attempt on making a bedroom concept using 1-point perspective. Initially, I planned on submitting a finished piece, but ended up redoing the project because my initial concept is very complicated. Baroque style bedroom. Cool references, man. Imagine that's your room. That is crazy looking. So for this one, I always wanted a bedroom that had a glass panel as a roof so I can see the night sky. So I ended up being inspired by Hey Arnold's room. I did a lot of shelves to store books, wide table as a personal workspace, a bunk bed, and a place to rest, and having fun conversation. The items I had in mind besides furniture and is telescope, see the stars, but it can be added more items. What would you think? Which thumbnail do you? So thumbnail 1, you're saying using the L floating table like the reference. Oh, there. Bunk bed not as wide as the. I see. Like you have a very similar perspective as this one, as this room, and you know the room itself is just as wide as it needs to be for a single for bed. You know, using the full width. Same thing here. And there's really not much room for anything else. So I feel like this probably works better because of that. You know, there's just more room for the bed. It makes more sense. And here, I mean, the people could be like sleeping that way, you know, with the head here and feet over there. Maybe more strange looking. I think this is a better way to show it off. I think my vote would be with this one, just because the proportions, the distances seems to be more logical. Yeah, but that okay, so that table would kind of just be in front of it. Maybe that's not cute. Yeah, kind of like this, having a table in front. Like this works nice because the bed is kind of the focal point, right? Kind of different color. Right in the middle, it's the destination, so it works nicely. Maybe if the table was in here, like a lot closer to the edge. Table there. And then the bed itself is still kind of the most important part. Or yeah, I should be doing it here instead. Or maybe the table is just inside of the wall, you know, like it's like a little, almost like a little window here. It's like a box that continues in. It's probably too strange looking. Yeah, the only tricky bit here would be to place that table in the spot that makes sense, that it's like deep enough for her, for him, or for whoever lives in this room to study on, and while not kind of impeding the view onto the bunk bed behind, because that's kind of like a cool, nice like main dish. So for me, I would just push it in, or maybe move the window that's up here back there, like closer to the wall, and then have the table in the foreground, kind of like what I mentioned before. And then you would just see like the back of the chair. Maybe that might work better. That would probably be like my solution for this. I mean, you could still have the table back here. It's just like it'll block the view onto the bed. Is that cool? I don't know. One thing I would highly recommend though, to make sure that you to make sure everything is the right scale in here. You know, like that a person who sleeps in here can actually sit in this chair, because this feels a little small with the perspective. Would be to have a guide for like a 6 foot tall person up here, so you know that okay, something this tall, that's a person that's 6 feet tall, or is 5, whatever, it doesn't matter, you can be as tall as you want, and then using the vanishing lines here to figure out how tall that same person would be if she was, or if she or he was standing in the back of the room here, be about this tall. And so you can tell more easily how big you want to make the couch, right? Because if a person this tall in the back of the room, maybe this tall at the chair, yeah, that makes sense. You know, that's the chair. You sit down, your leg's gonna be like that. Yeah, that could work. But if that same person was close here, standing there in the front of the room, then imagining a person this tall sitting on this little couch, then that starts to break a little bit. So maybe making this one slightly bigger, making this one much bigger, and then that's also going to influence, you know, the size of the books and the details in the foreground a little bit better. So just make sure that you have like somebody in there, kind of on a separate layer, at different levels in the room. So one in the back, maybe one in the middle, one up close, so that you can have a better idea of the scale of things. But yeah, hope that helps. Looking forward to see how that develops. Cassandra, I drew this fairy from reference and started practicing the different color harmonies with it. For the first one, I used the color from the reference, and then I tried other colors. It was my first time doing this kind of color exploration, so let me know what you think about it. All right. Yay, colors, my favorite thing. Very nice drawing, by the way. Very well done. So colors, let's see. Split complementary. So like your choice of the hue here is correct. You know, I mean, you use the Adobe tool, so of course it's going to be correct. But the application here, not as good. And here's why. So, you know, talking about like the color, like the key color, and the other colors will be more secondary. Will take a secondary role. You always want to first identify what your point of emphasis here is going to be in your drawing that you're trying to color. You know, for characters, usually it's going to be the face, this area here. So you'll want to have like the most vibrant, the most interesting color in that area, and not much anywhere else. And then keep the more dull colors for the rest. So if we look at you know, like this one for example, like what's the most saturated color here, the most vibrant color? I think it's going to be that purple here. Very saturated, very, you know, it pops quite a bit. The yellow here, not as saturated, slightly less saturated. Same thing with the wings here, less saturated. The blue here, less saturated. So right now, what you're doing with these colors by laying them out in that way is attracting a lot of it, or placing a lot of emphasis here, because that's where the color is the most exciting. So that's where the eyes go, and that's far from the focal point, right? So that would not be a good way to use them. Same thing here, where you have some of the most saturated colors back here compared to the shirts that's even less saturated than that. Same thing with the wings, even less saturated. So you put a lot of emphasis on the skirts right now for these two. And here, similar idea. So it's a little better here. You don't notice that it's much, but the saturation is a little too similar across the board. Like the hair, kind of mid saturated. The pink, not clearly not pink. The green here, same thing. Here about the same thing. The yellow about the same thing. Here about the same thing, right? So it's everything stays kind of in the middle. Once again, if the colors are similar, you can still change the saturation of those colors to help them stand out more. So have some colors take on a more leading role. So for example, if we wanted the hair, you know, the yellow around the head, around the point of emphasis to really scream a little bit more, scream loudly, so that it attracts more attention, and you can just take the same color here and saturate it, maybe make it a little brighter too. And now this is, I mean, I'm just applying the color here. It's not gonna look too good actually. It's me just do good old selection here. Control U. A little too extreme, but now, you know, what's the first thing that you notice? This is the yellow, right? The yellow is very vivid, very, very bright, very saturated compared to the rest. And so this screams the loudest now. And this will go towards helping the balance of the piece, help the read. So it's just that logic that you need to apply everywhere here. So the colors that you select, I think they're overall too similar in the saturation levels, and when it's not, the saturation is a little too high but in the wrong spot, right? Too far away from the focal point. Like it's usually the dress here that you tend to emphasize. So I would take that green here at the bottom of the dress and slap it on maybe the little flower here, maybe the shirt itself, and then swap the shirt color for that. So this becomes the shirt now, and the shirt becomes that more dull green. Right now, all of a sudden, the emphasis is a little bit more towards the torso, less on the dress, and it's just that really. Arranging the colors that pop more, that are more interesting to the eye around the focal point, and then keeping the other colors away. And so yeah, often in here it's going to be like selecting one that's clearly, like that yells clearly louder than the other ones. So you know, if we take this here, so yellows are pretty saturated, but they're mixing with a little bit of a black. So don't do that. You know, yellow with black that never looks that good. even though Adobe colored that Adobe might have told you that was okay. They're lying. It's just stupid software. Doesn't know. So much better off desaturating the yellows and adding a little bit of orange to darken them rather than black. And so here, what's the most saturated? Everything's pretty saturated. So this blue is very saturated, maximum saturation. This is also very saturated. Just pick one. Pick one that leads the other ones. So let's go with that. Maybe we make it a little brighter so that it stands out even more because of its brightness. And then the purple here, get rid of some of that saturation. That becomes your purple. The same with this here, the saturated. That becomes the blue. And so now you have, if you look at this lineup, you have the blue here that screams really, really loud, and the other color is a little bit more muted. Same logic everywhere. That helps. Aria. Fairy Vivi. Yeah. Maybe she was a fairy all along. She just didn't know. Her ancestors were fairies. And then something's gonna ignite that power. So Aria, I have been doing great. Good to hear that's the case for you as well. So I followed your last tips, and I love how she pops from the sea now. I can imagine there won't be much to change left, but if you see anything, let me know. Oh, there's always stuff to change, but at some point we gotta call it done. Am I right? Yeah. Boy, that's come a long way. That's really good. Yeah, I love what you did with the leaves here. Feel a lot more depth in there. Like some leaves are closer, some be much better. Yeah, the added brightness on her. That's very nice too. Maybe you could add some more on the tree. The tree color and the rock color are pretty similar values. I mean, so kind of the same treatment that you did on her body, doing that on the tree as well. Just a little more. And maybe back there. Much darker. Or vice versa. Just even brighter. Yeah, the main thing that's left for me, I think, would be just like this area. It's kind of void of detail, and there's not enough that connects the two points of emphasis. The moon clearly is one. It's an anchor. It's a circle. It's really bright against the dark background. It's a very, very strong anchor for the eyes. So we lock onto that, and then what makes us travel back to her? Maybe not enough here to connect the two. So it could be just some extra glow, almost like she's talking to the moon, like the moon is glowing towards her. That seems kind of silly, but let's try it. If that already would help, it creates kind of like it removes the contrast here, makes the road a little easier to travel. The road for our gaze, I mean. And here you have like this big dark mass to travel and make our way through it. Then before you get to the moon. Now a little bit more muted. Maybe something like this, or yeah, just making maybe having more of that water splash, that mist. Instead, that could also potentially do the trick. Get a bit more. My dots at dots. Maybe having a little bit more of that. Splashing about here. Kind of, you know, same idea. Reducing the contrast in between here so that it feels more like a direct path. And then maybe adjusting like the color of the hair so that it's not too similar across the board. Like it makes sense that it'd be very nice and saturated here, but maybe you could change the color as it goes away and kind of transition to the shadow side, to more of a saturated orange kind of color. Just so that you have some variety here, some contrast in the colors themselves. That's a little too much, but I think it was overall maybe a little too bright. If it's all bright, so just like reducing the brightness kind of locally, I think would help. But yeah, that's come a long way. Very nice. Love the extra glow in here. Love the little touches everywhere. It just reads much better now. One last thing I don't think I mentioned before, like the grass, how the grass is kind of like the same color everywhere. Feels like the grass doesn't respond to the light at all in here. You know, like some of these leaves have more light, others don't. I think I'll do the same thing with the grass up here, like when it's closer to the edge, a little bit more blue, a little cooler, but a little more light at the same time. Because right now it feels like it's like one of those, like in a game, you know, like that part is just missing the light completely. It makes it kind of stand out. Maybe that's too much, but yeah, something like that. Because otherwise, it feels like she's almost in the water when you look at her from a distance. Like it's not clear that she's staying on something. The values here very similar. So yeah, having a little bit of something different there might help. What a house. Can we get your opinion on Adobe.color? It gives the complement of red as green, but on the RGB color wheel, the opposite red is cyan. Well, so the color harmonies, you know, they were initially created by traditional artists, so using the color pigments. So from that point of view, it's still close, you know, like color pigments, color of light is still very close. The difference not that great, but color harmonies tend to work better with colors of pigment. Again, because that's what they were based on initially. So the Adobe.color tool is correct for traditional art. I feel like those colors still look like those combinations still work better in digital art too. But oh, maybe not better, but they still work in traditional and digital art. But with the chromatic circle for the color of light, I mean, those complementary colors still work well together. You know, they're complementary. The logic still applies, obviously. So yeah, I don't know. I didn't say anything right now. I just pointed two different things. I think they both work. I think it just gives us maybe a little bit more wiggle room to pick kind of like one that works better for the particular case that we have. But my understanding is that on Adobe.color, they're basing it off of traditional color harmonies based on red, blue, and yellow, rather than RGB. Yeah, I don't know what debate you're referring to, but I think they both have their place. It's not a strict rule anyways, you know, it's not meant to be like it has to be the complete opposite, you know, as long as it's kind of opposite, that's fine. And to make them work anyways, you're gonna have to play with the different properties of the colors. So the hue might be completely opposite, but maybe you're gonna play with the values, and then you would have better result if you just tilted it maybe towards a warmer color, maybe towards a cooler color as a result, or maybe when you desaturate it, it works better one way or the other. It's just overall guidelines. Don't be so strict about it. And Varia, so I'm in need of desperate anatomy help. All right, you've come to the right place. This time I tried taking it slow and study the upper arm anatomy. I found out I have a lot of trouble locating the brachialis in photos. I found out I spelled it wrong in my studies later. Fine. Brachialis, yes, with an I. Could you see if I did it right and how I can spot the brachialis more easily on a photo? L-I-S. There we go. Deltoid with a D. So in here, it's definitely harder to spot, but let me show you. It's very subtle, but it's that line right there. I think when I highlight it, you'll be able to spot it. This line right here, that's a brachialis of that in between the biceps and the triceps. Triceps is very hard to spot. It's always like this big kind of like hook or talon shape that bulges out quite a bit. So always easy to spot that one. But yeah, the brachialis is always in between the bicep and that. It'll be somewhere in between. So you always know it's somewhere around here. It's just sometimes it'll be well defined, sometimes not. This one you can tell from the top here. Like that subtle change in the highlights, very, very subtle. You can kind of tell too here, and how the shoulder is not kind of straight there, and it kind of curves in and then out again. Very subtle with this one, but yeah, usually it's one thing to keep in mind is that it starts at the end of the shoulder muscle, the middle head of the shoulder here, middle head right there, and it kind of continues from there into the forearm, and then in front of that you're gonna get the bicep, and the back you're gonna get the tricep. So it's kind of this table tennis racket there. So the bicep will be just in front of that, a lot smaller. And here, yeah, a little tricky to spot again. So if you want to, to get used to spotting these, look at the bodybuilder images, like guys that have just no fat, no water, nothing, where it's super clear. Let me get a picture of the same angle so that you can see maybe better. So maybe we see it a little better here. But it's gonna be like that. The muscle, it's hard to see from this angle because it's gonna show on the outside a little bit more, but it's gonna be this right there. This here, like all of that, that's the brachialis. On the inside here, that's gonna be the triceps. So one head of the tricep right there, another head of the tricep right there, and then on the outside, the other head, the third head of the tricep is gonna be that one right here. So yeah, in here you can have all your flexor muscles. But yeah, the brachialis is kind of again in between here, in between the tricep that bulges out quite a bit, and the bicep. kind of a plate for the bicep. And here we can see it too, but it's very subtle. It's like a little shadow there. That would be it. And yeah, you can also see like this line right here. This is gonna be the bicep going into its fascia, connective tissue, rounding, going all around the elbow like that. So yeah. So I did try to find out the skeleton below, to fill out the skeleton below as well with the upper arm muscle groups. Did do an okay job. Also included my notes in the class. It was fun scribbling along with the sketchbook. I tried hard to understand it. And could you look at the small drawings in them if you have time? Yes. Love your approach and how you're treating each individual muscle and where they're attached. Yes, that's how you piece together this puzzle the best way. Very nice, very nice. Maybe just a little wide here, around the neck. Shut up, Photoshop. This is gonna kind of rotate around the neck. It's not gonna bulge out that much. But from the back, you got it right. You know, that's the right width here. So it should just be the same thing from the front as well. Yeah, looks good from the back. Very nice there. Very nicely done. That's correct. Yep. All right, so you see the ball of the shoulder, the middle head of the shoulder, going into, like, leading into that brachialis. So keep that little shape here, that table tennis shape in mind when trying to spot this. It's always the shoulder, and when you see the peak at the bottom, there's going to be something that continues there, and that's going to be the brachialis. It's a different muscle, but it starts like the shoulder here ends, and then the brachialis begins. It's right after it. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. From what I can see, at least. Yep, all good in Varia. So just a little bit of an issue with the brachialis, like you mentioned, but the rest is very well spotted. So, oh, maybe this one here, yeah, that's not the brachialis. That would be the sorry, I didn't spot that. That would be the brachioradialis group. So that's the what is it again? Is the name of these muscles? The extensor carpi, and the so I call it the brachioradialis group because that's the brachioradialis is this part here. It's like it's the muscle on top, and then you have one of the extensor muscle, but it's shaped the same way. Like the two are kind of like a pair. They form the same mass more or less, and so that's why I considered the whole thing here as the brachioradialis group. But yeah, the brachioradialis is this. This is the extensor carpi. I don't know. Yeah, it is not the brachialis. The brachialis is above. Brachialis, brachioradialis. So that's not a submission. So let's do Sukena and then take a break. So whoa, that looks good. Look at this. Oh, that's charming as heck. So hope you also had a great week. So these last 2 weeks I've been working on exercise 2 of the color and light theory chapter. Quite satisfied with the day version. I would be too, but I'm not convinced by the night version. I find it dirty. It's just missing a little bit of light, but it's really good starting point. So I also rated an original character that was lying around in one of my folders since 2018. I really like the result. I would like you to tell me if you see things to improve and what I could do to have a simple background that will make it presentable. Right on. Hi. Yeah, this looks great. This looks really nice. One thing that almost like fools the eye here, that you should have more of, is the light green that you have on the roof here. It almost makes it seem like it's the sun that's hitting the roof, And that's really nice. I think it's the perfect green too. It's just that you're not, you don't have that anywhere else. So let's just slap that green everywhere on the roof. Or make the whole thing here a little brighter. Everything that's pointing up to the sky. Make it brighter. So that's good here. You know, that's the right, that's nice. That's much brighter. Up top there. Here. And maybe like some of the facade of the building too might be getting some of the light. At least one side will get some. Clearly too much. Maybe for the lights. It's too saturated in some areas, but you know, overall I think it still shows what I mean. Maybe here you have a little bit of shadows, you can get rid of that. Maybe a little shadow there too. Like this roof here casting some shadow. And so yeah, so right now, you know, the whole house here feels lit the same way. You know, like this side and the back side seem like they're lit the same way, but obviously the light's coming from one direction more than the other. So I think I would just pick one here to be like the leader side. Probably the entrance is where there's more interest here. So let's just grab this whole thing here. And everything that's facing that direction, like anything that's facing the bridge. So this facade here as well, that too, this here as well, that here too. Of course, this as well. And then you can make that brighter along with the rest. That's too much. Down a little bit. Get out of here, muscles. And then maybe the front lawn here. A bit more light with it. And then maybe again we can add a little shadow here. The top of the roof here, maybe casting a little bit of shadow on the facade of the building. So it's really like that light, that kind of light that was missing. And it's super easy to add in this case because you have like a very blocky structure. And it would be the same thing with the night version too. So we can actually just duplicate that. And I'm gonna carry that around over here. And just play around with the colors. Make it a little bit more blue, like the moonlight. Instead of the warmer light that I have. Is this making any difference? Not at all. I guess it doesn't have any color. What? Make that a little bit more blue, like the moonlight. You know, it's nighttime, but if the moon is out, it's still gonna be pretty bright. So yeah, a couple things here. I think will make a nice impact. But otherwise, it looks really, really good. It's just that main light source that you were kind of missing in the scene. I think that adds a lot. Anyways, and then these little guys here. That looks good too. Yeah, by the way, like this works well. You know what I added? Just because the base was so nice, like your colors are really charming. Like the kinds of blues that you're using, like the browns, orange for the woods. Very nice colors that you have in here. Super charming. And since I added, you know, some light for the buildings, you would probably want to do the same thing here for the characters. The characters look maybe a little too much, a little 2D here. So, you know, treating it the same way, everything that's pointing straight up, adding a little bit more light. You did already, but maybe a little bit more here. Yeah, she's pretty good actually. Just so that it feels like it's more sunny. Same deal. Well, actually, yeah, these are pretty good. Like these, because they have their own little light source, so they work a lot better in this case. Cute rusher. Nice. So I love the design here. The only thing that I'm not sure about in this particular design is, oh, is that a dart? Ah, I see. So that's the end, at the end, the tail of the dart. Gotcha. I think it's just, yeah. I think it's just the angle that's not right. Like for this to work, right now you have the character, you know, your character is kind of like this cylinder in this angle. And then you have another cylinder, but the cylinder is kind of coming towards us, like that. And we can see the bottom of it, you know, like the bottom cylinder here. And that's kind of weird. Like it feels more like it's on like that feels more like a sword that she would be hanging, that she would have like on the side of her belt or something, you know, so that she can pull it out. And it really is on the side of her body. If this is meant to be like hung on the back, a better angle for it would be this instead, so we can see the top of it, just like we can see the top of her here, and then that cylinder will be going away from us, and so this here would be you know, like that instead, right? So the tip of these will be on the outside of the silhouette. If that makes sense. So right now, that cylinder will be kind of going away from us. And that would work better. But you're asking about the background here. I mean, this works well on its own. What I like to do with characters like this is just start with something basic. Like what is she standing on right now? This is just grass. Start with that. You don't have like any really good idea right now. Maybe she's just standing on grass. Just a little platform just around her, and then it kind of just fades out to nothing. Maybe there's more stuff. Maybe there's like tiny rocks. Maybe there's maybe she's on a little path instead. So you can start drawing the path and the grass in between. Maybe that goes somewhere. Maybe there's some bigger bushes behind, and then you can kind of expand from there. But this looks good as is. So I don't think it really needs anything more. But if you want to add something, yeah, I would start with just like a platform and then expand if you feel up to it. Anyways, moving on. Oh, that helps. Really cool. We'll be picking back up with Sarah after the break. Have a good night, Aria. And meanwhile, I'll have a break. 20 minutes. Just gonna go eat something. And we'll be right back and resume with Sarah here. See you in a bit. Green, alright, ready to go. Where were we? Sarah, you're next. Alright, let's keep going. I rendered some of the poses for my character sheet, as you suggested. Please critique my rendering, especially the lighting. I feel like it's kind of lifeless in these pieces, and lighting is still one of my weak spots in general. So the overall shading is actually really good. You know, love what you did here with the dress. That was super nice. It's nice and like kind of like a thicker material. Ooh. Oh, but yeah, very nice lighting on here. Same thing with this guy. Maybe so there's some bounce light that I think would be nice to add going towards the rendering, and maybe like trying to bring the attention a little bit more towards the point of emphasis of your characters, so their faces a little bit more with just some additional light. So kind of the same light that you used for the the main light source that you have in here, but just making it a little more intense towards the top. Pardon the plane outside of the helicopter. It's noisy. So let's see here. I'm gonna kind of just do it overall, but that's not really what I mean. You would have to do it manually probably, but oh no, it's frozen. Okay, let's do hard light overlay maybe. So by bringing more light towards the top of the character, you know, this is kind of what we're trying to get here. So everything brighter up top, everything a little darker. So the dress here is a good sample of that, right? It's darker here, and it gets brighter and brighter and brighter as you get towards the face, and then the face will be kind of the area that has the most light. So kind of a similar idea with this guy too. Maybe not with the yellow like this. But similar idea. So can do the same thing here, I guess, with these portraits as well. So like I said, so this is kind of done overall, but you know, like you wouldn't have that in the shadows. Would make no sense. But that's where the bounce light would kind of come in. So right now you don't really have any bounce light in here when you have kind of like the main light source. But bounce lights is very nice because it helps you kind of light up the areas that are a little darker. And you know, these are clearly character concepts, so we want to make sure that they're well lit, that we can read everything, all the details very nicely in here. So let's pop a new layer, maybe hard light. And so this is going to be much less intense, but it will be the kind of stuff that, you know, lights up this area here, like where it's really dark. What color could we take? Could we use maybe it's mostly blue here. I don't know, whatever. Let's just go with orange. Or it could be like the color of the ground. You know, if you had a bunch of grass, that would be kind of like a light, very subtle green. But we don't have anything, so we can do whatever we want. Let's go with something like that. Bounce light, so it's not nearly as intense as the rest, but it would be that kind of stuff here. in this case, you know, it's bounce light coming from the ground, so everything that's kind of pointing down, the opposite direction of the sunlight, really. That's where you would find it. So mostly towards the bottom of your character. But it also adds a nice extra richness to the colors by adding a different hue to the mix. And primarily used though is just to reveal those details that might be a little too dark. So for her, not a big issue. Maybe like maybe in here, like some of the hair, make that feel a little more 3D by adding some bounce lights. But she feels pretty good overall. She doesn't have too many areas that are too dark, except here. Yeah, here that would be a good opportunity to add a little bit of extra lights to define those locks maybe a little better. Some bounce lights coming from the ground. And then same thing here, maybe on her chin. Not as necessary, but yeah, using bounce lights to serve that purpose. Very good though. It's minor stuff. And from here, you know, in addition to all of that, working on your materials maybe a little bit more. Like things that are shiny, making sure that they look shiny. Is this the same fabric, you know, the red trim and that? Maybe these little ribbons here are, you know, they're kind of like wrapping paper ribbons, you know, like an extra shine to them. I don't know, maybe not. But if this is kind of glossy or if this is more metallic, and making sure that you have those reflections to show that it is. If this is more like leather or if this is more like metallic again, making sure that those bracelets really look metallic. Yeah, very, very nice. What the hell, Sarah? Moving on to Sammy. Like some sort of elf Michael Jackson impersonator. So I finished Naraz. I'm quite proud of how far I've come with the rendering. I think next I'm going to focus on clothing folds, as I'm pretty decent at skin now. It's taken me longer than usual, and I've been working 6 days a week, and I'm beyond tired at this point. I think it's the hat, like, and the curly hair. I'm just joking, obviously. It doesn't look like him that much. So I'm going to use the forums more now, as I've never really delved into them before, and only ever stayed on the Discord server. But times have changed. Aside from clothing folds, what do you think I need to focus on as well as my second challenge? At some point, I'm going to join the VV Final Challenge. Maybe do studies first, and maybe afterwards. All right. That looks really good. Jokes aside. Yeah, the rendering is nice on here. Very cool details. So maybe like a little bit of the anatomy, or is just the hat position that's slightly off? Maybe it's just the hat position. Like the hat, for some reason, like makes her face feel like it's sticking out too much. Maybe it's just the hat. Let me try to remove it just to see. So it's just the position then. It's just like what I'm trying to adjust is, you know, the face is going in this direction and the hat is going in a different direction. So it looks like you have kind of like this cylinder for the face. That's the center of the face. That's the top of the cylinder. And then the hat is kind of this. So like I get that it's not, you know, it doesn't need to be lined up. It's a hat after all. But it doesn't feel right now that the two are compatible. So when it's moved like this, maybe that works a little better. Or I'm just trying to not change the face, to be honest, because it's probably the face that's off in this case. Oh, so you have the reference. Right. Yeah, so yeah, so that works better because it feels like the like one cylinder of the face here is clear, and then you have the other cylinder kind of on top. In your case, just like the face here is going such a different direction. I think we could just maybe just adjust the face if you don't want to touch the hat at all. Let's just do that. So just like all this, I think it's just going in the wrong direction slightly. And then the other eye, I want to be able to see it from this angle. Yeah, so the angle of the face a little bit, and also like the way that it's connected to the shoulders, that's not clear. Does that work? Like the main yeah, so that's it. That's the issue here. Like the cylinder that you have for your face is just like I showed earlier. It's kind of like a cylinder like this. It feels like it's what is it? No, that's not even that. It's like it feels like her face is more tilted this way. Yours is a little bit more like that. Anyways, this already better. It's just the face like this. Feels more in line with the position of the hat. So that would be kind of like the first thing to adjust. Otherwise it feels like the neck is a little broken, or like the jaw is a little dislocated. So number one, that. And the other thing I want to point out is her level of detail kind of everywhere. So you have a lot of really cool, intricate patterns here. Same thing on the arm, but not a whole lot around the point of emphasis. So I would either like simplify those, or like reduce the contrast a little bit. So like make the pants not as red maybe, and like the color here not as bright, so that there's less of a contrast. Like, and I'm gonna completely kill the like more like this, I guess. Like that kind of contrast would feel better. That's maybe a little too little, but right now, really bright red spot here, and it's the brightest red, the most saturated red that you have everywhere in the piece. So I would take some of this, slap it up here instead, maybe by making these these little the color here maybe a little bit more, a little redder, a little more saturated. Top of the shoulders, top of the sleeve here, same deal. Top of the jacket, and then killing the saturation here quite a bit. In contrast, like it'll still read as red, but you wanna, again, that's probably a little too much, a little too heavy-handed on my part, but this works better already. And same idea with the pattern. So taking some of those patterns, either making those patterns less visible down here, or adding more pattern up here, like on the shoulders maybe, like if it were this intricate, or maybe yeah, if the shoulders had this kind of stuff, I think that would help. And maybe on the edge here, get some more. You just don't want to make either. You just don't want to have more details away from the focal point and less around the focal point, because then details, just like everything else, just like most types of contrast, tends to pull the attention. And right now it's pulling the attention to her butt, not to the face, where it matters. And talking about the red here, yeah, you could also totally have more red on the hat, because the red, when it's really, really bright, it still is pretty red. Doesn't go to white too soon. You could use that to pull even more attention to the head. But yeah, anyways, all stuff here. So folds. Yes, a second challenge. Other than that, I don't know. Like, I feel like this is a good amount of challenge for you. So like, no background, you know, like nothing too crazy. Just a character against a pretty muted background, just like a flat color, or like a simple gradient. Because you can explore a lot of stuff in here, you can test out a lot of different skills, you can practice a lot of different skills, and it's not like a huge commitment. It's not like a full painting, you know, and that's gonna take you maybe like 3 times, 4 times as long. So I would do more of those, and lighting also. So, you know, some of this here, making these a little brighter, that's part lighting. On the bottom here, that highlights probably would be a little bit more on the side of the body here, rather than just a rim light. So a little bit of lighting also, but yeah, this kind of stuff, I think it's a good fit, really good fit. Where's my window? The hands, you know, the hands don't stand out here as being as being out of place or anything like that. Yeah, it kind of fits the rest, so maybe proportions a little bit. You know, this is a big sleeve compared to that one, but I think it's minor compared to the rest. Moving on to Jackson. What's up, Jackson? My PC stopped working for a month, but I'm back with another Dark Fantasy. My PC just stops working. Needed a break. Went on vacation. So this started as a sketch, and I just ended up refining it as I went, so the hook will have to be refined more. But other than that, what are some changes that you make to the design, rendering, lighting, or anything else? Welcome, Sammy. Right. So in here, got really nice use of light. Really cool shapes. it reads really well against the background. So I'm really happy to see that's your level right now. How you present everything is really on point. Very polished. This is just really cool shades too in here. It's kind of it's creepy flesh and very nice, beautiful shading. So I think it'll be in like the saturation of your colors. I think that would be the thing that has the most impact. So you have some cool gold here. Like that's nice, the way that it behaves against the light. But maybe you could introduce a little more saturation to help reinforce this as the focal point even more. So in the gold, yes, maybe a little bit more of those warmer tones. In some of the reflections, maybe like here on the inside. And then in the reds especially. So that red is really the main color that you have to play with here. So, you know, you have kind of the same color here throughout, same color here, same color here, same color around the color. Trying to vary that a little bit in the brightness, saturation. That's kind of an easy one to do, but I think it makes a big difference, especially since, you know, it's a mostly like monochromatic, pretty desaturated piece. So adding that little splash of color, but in like key areas, saturating it accordingly. I think that looks nice. It's really small stuff at this level. It's really good. Like I know this is maybe not part of the style, but a little bounce light here too might be cool. You don't really have much. I know when you don't have bounce light, it looks more like more horror-like. It's a little creepier. Light tends to warm up things, but in your case, I think you could add a little bit of richness, like something very subtle down here, so that it's just not a silhouette. There's a little more to it. What do we have here? It's mostly red, warm. Let's go like desaturated, light green, cool green. Because every chance you get to add more color, it's always more interest. So even if the color is super muted, even if it's just in small quantity, very localized, any chance you get, you should take it. Same thing here at the bottom. Maybe this transitions into a different kind of color. Instead of going to pure black, or instead of just being a darker value, maybe you get a little bit of that instead. So we get that extra richness in the range of colors. Here, like on the other side of the bracers. A little bit of that again, a little complementary color to complete the dish. Super subtle, but it's just a little warmer now. Just a little more interest, a little something extra, a little added spice. But that's really it, dude. for like a concept piece. Solid as heck. Like one thing that's bugging me, like this leg here feels just a little skinnier than the right one. Maybe adding some semi tendinosis down there. But yeah, very nice. Yummy. All right, moving on to Ethan. What up, Ethan? So welcome, welcome. Good to have you. So this is my first ever submission. I've been working on the course for a couple of weeks, but I wanted to review the assignments a bit before submitting my work. Right on. So here are my cylinders and a full figure. I've been trying to get used to the more anatomical way to draw my stuff, and it has helped a lot. But the two things that I noticed from it are the hip to rib cage area looking weird, and that poses have gotten less dynamic. So I look forward to what you have to say. Alright. So this is kind of normal, right? That's why we practice gesture and then figure drawing. Because figure drawing tends to feel a lot more stiff because we're not really paying attention to the gesture as much. It's really about proportions and finding reference points on the body that eventually will help you just observe better, get more out of your studies. Meanwhile, gesture is really not about that. It's about abstracting as much stuff as possible and only keeping kind of like the energy, the flow of the pose. It's not really about reference points or anything like that. So that's why you do both. So you make sure that you're always working that muscle and making sure that things feel like there's a lot of movement, a lot of gesture in it. And then when you do a lot of both, then it doesn't get pulled in one way or the other too much. You kind of get like a nice in between. So nope, not yet, Liviu. So yeah, if you feel like things are getting a little stiff, gesture drawing usually is going to be the remedy to that. Just practice a little bit more, and yeah, gesture drawing anyways is something that you should do just forever, consistently, until you die. I always say this, but it's like just like working out, right? So it's the cardio in your workout. You just have to keep doing it. So it looks like you got the idea here. Pretty convincing. Subtle change in the direction of the cylinders, but that represents the leg pretty well. Legs pretty well. Yeah, I can totally imagine the character by just looking at this, which is the whole point. So great job. Your cylinders are pretty good too. They feel round for the most part. Like this one feels a little flat. This one got deflated a bit, but the other ones like that feels nice and round and circular, as they should. Well, I'll keep that in mind of you. It's just gonna be a book that's like this thick, you know. Even if you do like 20 pages a day, still never gonna get through it in your entire life. So you mentioned the ribcage area. Weird. Yeah. So don't worry too much. Don't worry too much about the anatomy at this point. It's really not the time, you know, that will come. Right now, it's all about abstracting details out, and so the anatomy is one of those things that you try to get out, to not consciously not observe right now. So that will come later, and yeah, once this gets a lot easier, once your proportions are always on point, when you can do something like this, but without a reference, and it still holds up pretty well. You know, it won't look as good, necessarily, but that's something that I would try to practice now, you know, once in a while, after you've done maybe a few of these. And yeah, after you've done a few of these and you feel like, all right, so, you know, I'm starting to get the idea here. It's not taking me too long anymore. Try to do one from imagination, like a similar pose that you've seen before. Like, don't try to come up with a brand new pose or anything like that. Just do a pose that maybe you remember, something that's like, oh yeah, I've done this before. Maybe you change like a little bit how the legs are positioned, how the arms positioned, whatever, or just try to recall it from memory. But try to spread your wings like this once in a while to see how well these things are sticking. And then whenever you have some issues, try to like make a mental note of where those issues are, so that you can better observe next time that you actually use the reference. And in terms of the reference that you use, also, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but try to use references that you feel you will use or you would use potentially in your future characters. So this, unless you draw a bunch of girls, you know, that are on the ground, laying on the ground, not a super common pose to draw. So not that it's a bad exercise, but maybe not as good of an exercise as something like this that you most likely will use in the future, right? A character just standing like this, those kinds of proportions, in that kind of pose. So try to use those kinds of references that you feel will be more relevant to the stuff that you do. If you don't ever think that you'll draw something like this, or very rarely, then don't use those kinds of references. I know it's tempting to use. I know like a lot of people just think that they should just get the hardest reference possible, but those don't really serve you as well. It's much better to use references that you feel will be able to use, because then your brain stores it in a better location in your visual library if you want. Because you'll be accessing that data, that information more often, those memories more often, and so they will be stored in like a bestseller location instead of in the back of the visual library, the area where it's a bunch of spider webs nobody goes to. So yeah, be mindful of proportions. Like for this one here, the overall proportions are good. You know, like the arms don't feel crazy long compared to the legs or anything like that. It's just, it feels more like a kid, you know, than this person. So it's gonna be the ratio between this and the length of the legs to the neck, and the size of the head, the size of the hands, the size of the feet. So all of yours, like the head here is a little too big for that body. Probably something like this would work better. The hands, a little too big again. Smaller hands, smaller feet. More delicate. Narrower. Maybe longer legs too, a little bit here. But also, yeah, look at kind of like the curve here in the spine that this creates here. Yours, maybe not as much. Maybe not pushed as much. Almost like a straight line here. I think you could curve the torso a little bit more. Follow that curve better. Yeah, anyways, hope that helps. Let's move on to the next one here. Jade, who's on vacation, is that right? What's up, Jade? I'm doing great. So I'm on vacation, yeah, there we go. For a week from today to next Saturday, so I won't be able to attend the live stream. I tried different color palettes. Thanks to overlay modes, layers, mostly searching for a bright blue ethereal atmosphere. I also tested a gradient map for an experimental sunset, and finally coming back to an overlay mode on the big piece. Ooh. Oh, that looks quite stunning. That looks good. So do you have any particular process when you come up with coloring a background? I feel like it's obviously from the general to the detail, but I need to hear it. I'm a bit confused on how to process. Yes. So, I mean, you should probably at this point, you know, have kind of like an idea of how you want to feature this. Is it like a sunset? Like you start with the time of the day. Usually it's gonna influence a lot. So if you want something that's a little bit more lively, that looks a little bit more, a little cozier. Warmer colors, more saturation, more colors, like a broader range of hues in there. A daytime scene usually better for that. But if you want something that's a little bit more moody, where you don't see maybe as much color, where the overall atmosphere takes precedence, or not precedence, is that the way to say it? Or it takes priority, and then a sunset, like a sunrise, might be better, because then you're gonna get a lot more contrast kind of overall. That's gonna be overwhelming, or overwhelmingly heavy in terms of visual weights compared to the colors themselves, the individual colors of the different components, if that makes sense. So it kind of just depends what you want to feature in here. So like, for example, you know, like if you had a bunch of like red colors on this building, and it's what makes it look cool for you. You know, like if I drew this, and maybe like this thing has some big red stripes, and it's very iconic for that building, and I want to keep that because that's part of the design, and like I really like that aspect. I'm just gonna select a few here. All right, so let's say I had something like this. Let's do overlay. No. Highlights. So anyways, let's say I had something like this, and like the red is really important for me. Like I really want the red to stand out. Like the building is important. That's what I'm trying to feature. Not so much the rest. Then I would choose a daytime lighting like this, and then everything from there would just fall into place, right? So where's the sun is going to be up here somewhere. That's going to influence the shadows, of course. That's going to influence the colors that I have here. So I'm going to have on the opposite side of the sun a more light blue color like this, the same color as this, same color as the sky, but on the opposite side we're going to have a little bit more saturation. So I'm going to get clear kind of a warm versus cool colors. Contrast going on. That can also look very nice, very cozy. So again, like a happier feel, a lot of colors. And then for something like this, you know, if you had like the red in there, like the red in the shadows wouldn't look red at all. It'd be more like a dark brown. And then in the highlight here, maybe you'd see a little bit more red, but still it would be much less saturated. So quite a different feel, right? So the building itself wouldn't stand out, to be more like the overall mood. What do you prefer? I don't know. But yes, just like a main character, you know, I would treat the main subject first. All right, so let's say I go to this is going to be the building. So I'm going to work on the colors, the overall, like the main colors for the building here. And then I'm going to try to arrange the rest of the colors for the stuff that's less important around that, so that it makes that work. It features those colors better. So maybe if I have a lot of red here, maybe I'll have just a little bit of red elsewhere where it's not super important, but just, you know, just so that it's not like it doesn't look like it's only found here. It's found here in a greater proportion. And so a little bit all around, and then a heavier or a more saturated cluster in and around your point of emphasis. And then if I want to add different colors from here, like what would be a good complementary color to that? Maybe like a light green. So maybe you have some greener colors elsewhere as a complement to that, to make that pop even more. And then here you're gonna have a lot of blue, and so I would just try to balance that blue. So it's all just a balancing act, right? So if I have a lot of blue as a result, then I'm gonna add maybe a little bit of a bounce color here. That's gonna be a little warmer. Something like this in the shadows to warm up a little bit of colors in here too. And yeah, kind of go at it this way. So just like you mentioned, from big to small details. Work on the bigger piece first, the bigger pieces first. So if there's like a one tower here that's a different color, then do that first. You know, if this one, for example, needs to be super dark, do that right off the bat. Needs to have a different color, whatever. Yeah. And then you zoom in. And then you can work on the smaller details, like maybe the stairs here. Once you're done with all the big, bold colors, then you can start to add different things here. Maybe you have like some extra green in here to balance out the red. Maybe the carpet's all green, or maybe the door has some light turquoise detail, emerald detail. In here, a little bit of warm green maybe on this side. And then, yeah, that's kind of the process. So in here, I mean, in here would be the same idea. You know, you start with the main color for the buildings. And after you've done all this, like the first pass on the gradient, probably I would do another gradient pass for the building itself, or maybe you did. But right now, like everything is the same color. So I would try to shift the colors, probably like select like some pieces like this, maybe do like a control hue maybe, or control balance to go and fine tune those colors if they're not exactly what I want. Let's say this is like a green building or something. But yeah, after that it's the same thing. Go into the details. So I don't know if this answers it, but so far so good. What you have here is very nice. I don't know which one is best. You know, that looks super cool. That looks very cool too. I mean, you have a sunset right now, so like this lighting scheme here does not work for a sunset. It's just, it would be quite impossible for the light to be this white, you know, going through this much atmosphere. Some frequencies would for sure get filtered out, and it would look more like that. So yeah, it depends. You know, you could have the sun maybe a little higher. I think that would still kind of work. Maybe you just need to, I don't even think you would need to adjust those shadows actually, if the sun was a little higher. But you could have the sun higher and have like a brighter daytime scene. But if you want the sunset, yeah, you kind of have to go with this. And that would be like a great first pass. And all the colors that you choose here, like I said at the beginning, they would have less of an impact because the whole scene just has less light, and so less saturation. Colors won't be able to vibrate as much. So like you would almost be you'll be almost done here. You know, you can add some details, some subtle details, but mostly that's it. Like some greens instead of the blue here. Make that more green. There's so little light that not much more that you can do to this, if that's what you're going for. because the lighting kind of steals the show. Moving on to another new person. Welcome, Nori. Nori or Gerg. I'm not gonna try that. I'm gonna butcher your name. So yeah, welcome. So I started our school 2 weeks ago and I joined the Facebook group today. So we used my first entry as some kind of introduction sheet. Perfect. That's actually what I would have just asked you anyway. So at the top you can see 2 pieces I made based on characters of some game I once played. Very proud of those drawings, but you can clearly see that I'm lacking anatomy, light, values, and everything else covered in the various terms of art school. My first figure drawings I made after watching Term 1 New Drawing videos also show my inability to draw smooth line art. So I made that my first priority. Right on. That's quite a jump here. So do you have any additional tips for drawing better lines? So you watched the YouTube video stuff already? Cool. Also practicing drawing perfect circles with my whole arm. So if you can think of any tips for that would be very helpful. Alright, so happy to read this. It looks like you're doing a lot of the right things in here. Yeah, your line definitely improved. Look at this. Not that, I mean, it's a great figure still. You have a really good sense of proportions. So good eye. So that's really nice. But the lines were definitely sketchy. But then a little bit later, you have this. Way cleaner. What happened? So this is some of the stuff that you did before. Yeah, that's nice. A lot of really nice things about this. Good composition, cool use of light here, cool design. Pretty good figure. But yeah, like there's a lot that we could do with the light here and the colors. But that's really nice to see. Same thing here, so pretty solid foundation. So I'm really happy to see this. Love the shading on the fabric here. The design is a little crazy, but you'll see soon enough. Just a couple of things to keep in mind, and the design tends to come together real quick. So additional tips for drawing better lines. To be honest, like yeah, since you watched the YouTube video already, I mean, seeing the jump in just like 10 days, I don't think you need more tips. I think you got it. If you just keep applying, the stuff that you know already by now. Yeah, like one thing that can help, like one thing that a lot of students do initially is just go like this, to draw, like with the wrist. It's natural. Everybody starts this way, I think. You just want to get used to using a little bit more the rest of the arm as well. It just allows you for a lot longer stroke for once, but also it's just a lot more stable. It's almost like you have the whole arm as a buffer to prevent from like a little issues with the line. It's almost like a gimbal system, but a natural one. Because if you just go like this, you really have just the wrist, like just this much distance here. So if anything happens, if you twitch a little bit, then that's gonna register. But if it's the whole arm, like there's enough delay here for it's almost like a fake stabilizer. Not fake, but like a natural stabilizer. So I'm always doing this, when I draw, like my wrist is very rarely touching the screen. So just make a habit of doing that. If anything, my elbow touches like the side, the armrest of my chair, and the whole forearm moves. That's gonna be like for the smaller details. That's what I do. But yeah, often like everything moves. So do more of that, and you'll see like all professionals. Everybody ends up at that point eventually where you use the whole arm. It just makes a huge difference. But that's really good already. So yeah, just keep that in mind with all the other stuff that the other tips that you already are applying. It's a massive jump already. Yeah, you learn fast. Drawing perfect circles. There we go. That's also going to be yeah, all in the shoulders, because if you just do it the wrist, there's just way too many chances that you're gonna twitch a little bit. Your muscles not gonna move perfectly like you want it, and then it's gonna create a weird circle. But if it's just with the elbow, a lot easier. I'm really happy with what I see here. So great exercises. Yeah, definitely want to see more gesture drawing, because that's something that you know, if you enjoy drawing characters, that's gonna be just like I mentioned to Ethan. Yeah, it's like what I mentioned to Ethan. That's gonna be something that you keep doing forever if you haven't already started. And design is much later in the terms, but I feel like you're pretty good, you know, already. You know, you could definitely kind of venture in there, try to look at that kind of stuff, take a peek in the terms ahead. But yeah, gesture drawing, figure drawing, keeping in mind good line quality. And then from here, what else? Okay, so next you're gonna practice drawing heads. Right on. Yeah, to be honest, I don't have much else. That's exactly it. Practice drawing heads. What you can try to do also is practice drawing circles, but subdividing those circles. So instead of just looking at this as a circle, look at this more as a sphere. So, you know, tracing kind of like the halfway point here, like the symmetry line of that circle. So if it's a good one, you would have kind of equal distance on both sides here, and it would be a perfect ellipse in the best case scenario. And then yeah, you just kind of erase the other side here that we don't see, and then doing that cross section and a bunch of different angles, trying to have kind of like a point like this where you can always figure out the direction of the sphere. So circles and then ellipses, a bunch of different ones, maybe looking up top now, maybe another one looking you know, looking down, that kind of stuff, because that's going to be like half of a head already. So if you can do this. Moving on to Alessandro. Finished my last piece, did a study, and started a new piece. Any comment on the 2 finished pieces is appreciated, and of course on the one I started too. Next week is my last submit, if I remember well, so I have some questions. Can I buy your program again to have access to the weekly feedback? Yes, sir. You'll find a link to the special version that I have for students. So there's no you know, it's always available essentially. If you're a student, you can always remain a student. You don't need to wait until there's spots that open or anything like that, and it's a little cheaper too. But the link's gonna be in the Facebook group, so just look at the description. It'll be somewhere in there. It's a private link, so you won't be able to see it if you just browse my store. You have to click on that link in the Facebook group. And yes, until I'm probably gonna stop doing that in like October. The monthly free feedback. But you have until then. So that's once or twice, something like that. So here we go. Let's take a look. Finish my last piece, number 1. Study number 2. There we go. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, that's really cool. The only thing, like right off the bat, that would adjust is this here. Like the fact that the knees land right on the edge of the canvas. Either, yeah, there's no either. Just extend this a little more, and you'll be golden. Boom, problem solved. I wonder if you just use the fill here in Photoshop, if it's gonna do a good job. Content aware. Magic. There we go. Hacks. But yeah, when it comes to this, man, you did a really good job. I think you could still adjust the light a little bit. If the light's coming from oh boy, if the light's coming from the right here, which it seems like it is, right? This side is much brighter. The same thing would happen with the breast here. So just like a regular sphere, if you have that sphere here and you have a strong light coming from the side, gonna look something like this. So you'd want to do the same thing here. So a little bit more shadow on the side and focusing the highlight on that one other side. Yeah, probably they stick out enough that would cast shadow on. No, maybe not. Yeah, actually, that's probably good. Yeah, you have a really nice amount of contrast in here. Maybe like the framing is just slightly off. Like there's just a little bit more space on this side than on the other side. So I think I would just crop a little bit of that out of here. Maybe that's too much, actually. Not a big deal, just a little bit off. And having a cloud behind her definitely helps. And yeah, her color is different enough from the background. Yeah, maybe I'll just make the cloud a little more random. Like right now, it feels like the cap of a mushroom. Maybe it's a little bit more randomized, a bit more natural looking. So that it doesn't feel like you just placed it there so that, you know, she would read better against the background, but that she just happened to be. They just happened to be there. It looks a little more natural. But yeah, man, that looks really good. You did a really good job here. That was cool. Then here's study. Don't have the reference to tell, but that looks good. Hey, the legs a little long, like the thighs seem a little too long. But very nice shading in here. There's a little bit of a... Like the nose is not quite in the right perspective, or the mouth. A little something going on with the nose, but not a big deal. Like from the position of her eyes, you know, like we should be able to see probably the other nostril a little bit more, like this. Right now it feels like her nose is a little too much a profile shot rather than a three-quarter shot. Minor detail there. Another thing that I would pay attention to here is the level of values across the different objects. So, you know, if we remove completely the saturation, she's gonna... Her nose is very desaturated now. But yeah, like here, you know, you lose a little bit of the back into the background because they share such similar values. So either make the lights on the back a little more intense or just darken the background here. That there's more of a contrast between the two. Trying to help the read. Make it pop a little bit more. There we go. And then you have a new piece here. Ooh. Welcome, Nori. Yeah, awesome stuff so far. Really good sketch. Great use of different references that you have in here. Very convincing how he belongs in this environment. In the right perspective. All of this here is nicely constructed. Nice arch. It's quite spot on. Yeah, dude, that looks really good. Just once again, you know, plan your composition a little bit more before going into further details. So, is it going to be a portrait shot? Is it going to be a portrait shot? Is it going to be a wide, okay, more of a landscape kind of composition? I'll pick one or the other, and try to work within that right from the start instead of keeping it kind of more open-ended and trying to figure it out and figuring that out later. You know, kind of what you did here, but it ended up changing quite a bit. So make sure that you have all your elements laid out first before you move on. Strict canvas, that's not gonna change. But so far, that looks really good. Moving on to Ron. What up, Ron? So continued from last week. I sketched and flattened one of the characters. Oh, added the flats. But I have trouble with drawing the angel's right arm. Also, when zoomed out, the dude's face is kind of weird to me. When zoomed out. The angel's right arm. Yeah, because that hand looks great. The angel's right arm. Although, let's see. Yeah, I think that might be better. Because his wrist was a little thick. Like it's that thickness here. That you want to make sure is not too much. Yeah, it feels better this way. I mean, she looks good. Maybe you could have also like the arm or the elbow a little lower here, the forearm kind of mostly behind the shoulder, and all you see is the tip of the fingers. Just a different idea. You also have kind of like holding onto his shoulder, but more like holding onto it rather than kind of just tapping him on the shoulder. Because it's the way that you have it, the way that you had it before, like the forearm, the upper arm, excuse me, went backwards, and then she kind of was. It's just I don't think she'll be able to reach, or it'd be kind of like an awkward pose. It feels more natural since she's behind to reach for it, right? So the entire arm would be coming towards us. Good night, Nori. See you next week. So yeah, so that's all I'm changing here. Kind of the angle of the cylinder. So upper arm, forearm, and then the hand kind of holding onto the shoulder. Feel like that would be more natural, and probably the hand's easier to draw because you only have to draw like the tip of the fingers. Easy peasy. And all of this here, I think, is a little too high also. Her cleavage. So you're gonna get shoulder here, clavicles, chest muscle, you know, like something like this, and then the rest would be a little lower than that. More like way down here. And then the guy's face, I don't know, I don't see anything wrong with it. Maybe the position of the nose. He's got like this maybe a little bit of this going on. Beautiful. So maybe just a straighter down, straight down, straighter down, whatever. More manly a little bit. But to be honest, like that's the only thing in the face. Otherwise, the face looks good. Like his eyes are a little crazy looking, but maybe he just saw something very, very concerning. You know, he's like this. So he could be more chill about it. You know, if he's just kind of looking down, more relaxed maybe. But the construction of the heads, otherwise, and that guy in general, very nicely done. The house run, really cool stuff. Looking forward to see how this wraps up. Maria, so I've been working on these environments, and I feel like I've been taking too much time, but I still have to fix and paint some things that feel weird. I like the proportions. Cute with me. And the perspective. I also wanted to draw fire, but I don't know how. Right. Ooh, what do we have here? So a little dark. Let's brighten this up. There we go. Even if it's a night scene, you know, you can always bring in almost as much light as you would a daytime scene, but just adjust the colors a little bit, adjust the intensity of some of the light sources, and then it'll still read as a night scene, but we'll be able to see everything, all the details. So before, after, that reads a lot better. Like on my screen, it's very dark this way. All right, so now we can see. Very nice, super cozy witch which is a little cottage here. So feels something is weird in the proportions. Well, let's see. Yes, so the carpet's a little strange, you know, and how it's not lined up with anything. So you have let's see here. Frozen. Hello, wake up. So vanishing line number 1, vanishing line number 2. So that's your horizon here. Seems about right. Yeah, so the chimney, very well constructed based on that. The little table here as well. These little shelves, more or less. Yeah, that's pretty good. The planks on the floor. Maybe that starts to diverge a little bit. You know, like this should be on the same line, for example, but it's not. Like this one here. Like, not that it needs to be, but it looks weird when it isn't. And then the carpet, I think, contributes to the just the weird feeling in here because it's in a completely different kind of perspective. And yeah, it's not quite right. Like it follows this vanishing point, it seems like. The one over there. Right? Yeah, it does. But not that one. So the carpet is wrong. Like for the carpet to be right, you just need to use that here. Put it to the corner. So that side is fine. so it's just like the corner here where the cat is sitting. That's not correct. Sorry, kitty. Get out of here. Move your butt off the carpet. Go. Now the carpet. So now that would work a little better. I think that was the main issue here. Check. Yeah. Yeah, the rest is really good. So this is a carpet. When it comes to the proportions, excuse me, when it comes to the perspective, the proportions seem okay. You know, it's pretty convincing. You have this stuff here that's up close. Maybe some of those smaller details could be bigger. Because, I mean, this is like a really small plant. Maybe it is. You know, maybe just a really, really small one. The staff here. The wands. That's a big cauldron. But, it works. Yeah, like nothing bothers me other than that. Other than the carpet, I mean, this doesn't bother me. It's just a small plant. Yeah. So from here, I think it's just gonna be a matter of playing around with the lights, and yeah, the campfire, but the fireplace is gonna play a big part here, and how everything lights up, and the overall mood. How to draw fire. I mean, you're starting with something that's really dark already, so it's nice for fire. You just start with like the blaze first. I'm not an expert at drawing fire, you know, use references for sure, but those are the kind of steps that you'll want to look into. The blazes first, and the kind of stuff that you would have when the fire is kind of dead. You start like that. A little bit of contrast here for the sides that turn into more like charcoal, and then some brighter colors, some brighter oranges. More saturated, but for the bulk of the flames. And then we erase the bottom so we can still see the wood in there. And then let's pop a new layer. And start to use some hard light to make this glow. There's no hard light, no glow. There we go. can get in there. Making that, make the center of the fire a lot brighter. So I'm gonna stop here and then another layer on top, but this time overlay, just to carry that kind of orange light everywhere. Well, let's do lighter orange. And then you'll want to, you know, consider all of the surfaces that are facing the fire. So maybe like the side of the cauldron here. Get a little bit of that light. The underside of these shelves here. Pots. Back here, probably not. Gonna be a shadow here instead. Behind this, nothing either. Yeah, and so looking at every surface, you know, kind of the same way, and adjusting that fire adjusting the light where it needs to go, and removing it where it doesn't, where it shouldn't be. Obviously, the fire could be a little better, but yeah, as a start, you know, that's something. Of course, using references to make this work even better. Oh, the house Maria, very cool scene. So it's gonna be a lot of fun to color this and to have kind of like that warm glow from the fire spread everywhere. All right. Tomas, so this week I drew some back muscles. I struggled a lot with the kicking pose. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to choose that. The skeleton is broken in some places too. What I learned with drawing is that I need to practice a lot more simple shapes in perspective. What's the question about here? Yeah, that's fine. That's correct. That's exactly what happens with the serratus muscle. It attaches right behind the clavicle. Right behind the scapula at the bottom here, and then kind of reaches for the ribs. That's it. No problem here. That was good, dude. Really nice. Yes, mister. All good here. The fascia here, though, is going to continue all the way to the sacrum. I can bring my assistant. Oh, he's full of holes. But yeah, you know, like this is the muscle. Right, and the butt crack. Nice V. Nice continuous V shape. This looks good too. Very, very good. That's gonna be easy. Yeah, there's no mistakes. It looks good. Same here. It's just yeah, it looks strange from this angle. And you know, in between, it's not like the ribs are empty. You know, there's muscles. You have like the intercostal muscles in between all the ribs. So I mean, this is still filled up. You know, it's not like don't have a hole there technically. But yeah, you would see the ribs this way if you peeled off the latissimus dorsi. Easy, Tomas. Well done. Welcome, Maria. All right, Liviu, your turn. Ooh. Very well written, and I quite appreciate that. That's very nice. Whoa, there's a lot to digest in here. Woo. Oh man, I remember this. What? I did not expect your art to turn the way that it has. When I saw this first, I thought you were like, yeah, I don't know. I felt like you were a lot more timid, you know, like a lot more resistant to, I don't know, because normally, you know, if you're exploring art, you would have tried colors, you would have tried like different things, but to see that you hadn't yet, I'm like, oh, all right. But clearly that was just a front, because you went in full colors, shading, colors, like crazy, like really nice perspective, beautiful characters now, environments, like complex scenes. It's a big level up. So final weekly submission. You're very welcome. It's been an absolute pleasure, of course, to see you grow and you guys' project. It's been a treat. So this week I'm submitting 1 panel's worth of inks in progress for the comic page I'm working on. Would love your thoughts on how my line work is progressing and how to ink that crowd effectively to retain our character and uniqueness, but not distract too much attention from Vivi, given that she'll be printed very small. It's a big crowd. So I've also included a little bit of before and after above any collection of best work I've produced this year. Would you like to give me a final grade? Would you like to give me a final grade on fundamentals, please? And let me know where you see the biggest opportunities for improvement. Yeah, there's no farewell here. You crazy? You'll be around, and you know, it's a small world. So many people that you know, that I've known online from my younger years. I ended up just meeting in person, becoming good friends with them. So it's definitely not farewell. All right, so final grades. Very resistant. Well, I'm glad that you broke that resistance. I mean, it's day and night, literally. Like, your character is pretty good here already. You know, like nice attention to detail in the background. But I mean, there's just a completely different level of just like wow, you know, that you get from these images. This one is very dark, very technical, but not much more than that. And then you go to something like this, it's a world, a complete world that's alive and stuff's happening, cool colors, cool perspective, nice shading, completely different, the kind of feeling that you get out of this. So I don't know what you mean with grading. I've never graded anybody. I mean, in terms of like the amount of progress that you made, you aced it for sure. Like I said, that's day and night, the result. But of course, you know, there's always stuff to practice. So let's take a look first at this one here. Okay, so how to very nice inks, by the way. Oh, how to retain a detail in the crowd. Are we gonna see their heads? Like, why is this frame like this? Or do we only see what's in the blue square? Yeah, in terms of you know, in terms of stuff to keep on practicing, and I mean, since you do a lot of characters, and most of this is going to be oriented towards your goal here, producing this comic, but yeah, like I don't think you have much issue with colors anymore. So that's a huge one. But your colors are good, so that definitely wouldn't be something that I focus heavily on. Your characters are great too, always nice sketches, good proportions. So it's going to be like, for some of these some of these shots, for example, like making sure that the hand anatomy really reads well, because that's the kind of stuff that you see right in your face. It's really close to the focal point. I mean, this is kind of the whole focal point. So not that the hand is bad, but is it the way that's shaded? Yeah, it's a little bit of the shading on the hand. The anatomy of it is just a little strange with the how we don't really see the thumb here. You know, because usually when you have a fist, it's more like it's almost like a cylinder, right? So it's a cylinder shape. So if you see the side of it, you should see either the bottom or the top. And here you see a little bit of the top, you see a little bit of the bottom, but you see the top of the finger, the index finger. So that's weird. Probably the finger would have to bend in the other way for this to work. Like all the fingers would have to bend the other way. So yeah, a reference here I think would help. Make sure that this looks on point. Shading in general, but it's not really fundamentals. Like your fundamentals are really good. It's going to be more like the skills that are built on those fundamentals. So like anatomy a little bit. So that would be like one of the fundamentals, I guess. But yeah, shading. So it's just a better understanding of the anatomy of volumes in space. Like shading on this guy here and like emphasizing certain folds over others. Right now it looks more like just a little noisy, especially like the style is pretty simple, so you don't wanna change too much of that. So just a few folds I think would be enough. Something that's localized, but more bold, you know. So fabric a little bit, folds in fabric, and the shading that comes with that. A little bit of anatomy. But those are the bigger ones. Yeah, environments look great. Your environments look awesome. Perspective looks good. Yeah, dude. So the square is just a page layout thing. Okay, so everything is gonna be visible. God damn, that's a lot of people. How to ink this properly? Good question. Let me Google. Let me Google that. Yeah, none of this is helping out because yours are all kind of like on the same line, so there's no like depth to them. So they should all pretty much be as detailed. That looks creepy. No face. That's a tough one, dude. I mean, what I would remove here, you know, because you already drew everything anyway, so I would just remove the like folds, that kind of stuff. So all this looks good though, but I would remove it. Any details in the accessories, I'd remove that. Like the fact that this is what it looks like, a little furry maybe or something. You know, just get rid of that. Just keep the silhouette of the shirt, the silhouette of the pants, the silhouette of the hair. But as for the details on the inside of the silhouette, like try to remove most of that. You know, this guy here could have still like one line just to indicate kind of how this thing is kind of organized. It's like one flap in front of the other. But for the bow down here, like no detail necessary here. Just contour of a bow, that'd be plenty. No need for the details on the inside here. All the folds on the inside of the silhouette, get rid of all of that. Same thing here for the hair, get rid of all of the stuff on the inside of the silhouette. I think that'll save you a lot of time, and it should reduce the amount of noise here so that it's either equal or less than what you have in the foreground. Like if you just look at this guy now, it doesn't stand out nearly as much now that we got rid of all of these. But it's like yeah, like these little details here in the hair. Simplify that to like just one maybe. Doesn't need more than that. That's what I would personally do. And I think the level of detail then should be correct. But like here, belt buckle, I don't think you need any of that. Stuff on the pants, probably overkill. Just that probably be enough. Same thing with the shirt here, all the folds. Get rid of that, get rid of that. All those details, don't need it. On her, on Vivi, I think maybe just like her feet a little big for the size of her hands. You know, like in here, I think that's a great proportion for her. Like smaller feet, smaller hands, you know, that totally works. Bigger head. And here I would just maybe just scale down the foot so it's more in line with her hand size. But the folds here, yeah, probably the folds will go on the outside, huh? Probably be able to see her leg. It would probably fall like this on the outside of the leg, and then you'll be able to see the whole leg. Or, oh no, okay, so that's still a dress. Yeah, so I would have like this flap go on the outside of the leg, and then whatever's left in the center, like have the fold kind of stemming from that. That's a tricky pose though. Tricky outfit, tricky pose. I don't really see it in my head like how that would behave here on the leg. I would need to try a couple of things, but probably I'll just look at a reference. But yeah, I think you still need to open it up, otherwise it feels just weird how the fabric kind of was kind of falling. Anyways, hope that helps with you. I'm quite proud. Quite happy about this. So yeah, better stick around. I'm not done with you. Moving on to Santiago. What's up, Santiago? So I hope that you're also doing great. I'm back with a rough sketch for the Vivi challenge that Liviu is hosting, and finally working on a brand new piece after a long time. So definitely let me know general feedback. I'm trying to experiment with a new way of sketching, approaching drawing with looser line and bigger shapes to define the structure. So let me know what you think of it. Damn right, more Vivi. She's just getting started. Oh man, that was good. It looks like my shirt, but upside down. Whee! Very nice pose. Body looks great. So, couple things here with the anatomy. Like at first, very nice first impression. It's just like when you look at it a little closer, like, wait a minute, how's does that leg connect to the glutes? How is that connected to the hips? Where's that line going? So what I would recommend is that you always draw kind of like a when you're going to draw legs that are foreshortened and like overlap one another, like another leg or maybe part of the hips. Like draw the hips as kind of just its own thing. So hips and pelvis. You know, kind of like that. Like she's just wearing underwear and then that's it. You know, she's got no legs. And then make sure that everything can kind of attach to that. So that one's fine. That left leg is fine. But the other leg there, maybe a little thick down here. But yeah, no, that's actually better than I thought. So yeah, it's just a little too thick. Like those lines made it seem like the leg gets really, really wide. Just making sure here. And then the torso. Rib cage. Next, so I think the position of the head's maybe a little too forward. Yeah, I think that works better than this. And yeah, the rest looks good. So just arranging the position, just wanted to check the position of the neck here. Felt like her head was a little weird. That's better. And something going on here with the perspective of the face. I think the eyes are really far apart. Was it just the ears are too far back too? Yeah, so there's still something a little off in the perspective of the face, like the mouth, also position of the nose. It's not quite matching the perspective of her shoulders. No shoulders, like one here, one there. So you kind of have that line. So use that line as a guideline for like the corner of your mouth, where the nostril is going to be, the position of the eyes. Unless she's rotating her head, which she isn't, so makes it a little easier here. Corner of the mouth. Like this. Yeah, so something going on in the face. So just a small adjustment for the angle, but the rest of the body, you know, after you tweak kind of like the thickness of that leg, very nice. That helps, Santiago. Very good start. Vika, ooh, we got some new cards. It's like I'm opening a new booster pack. What did I get today? I did miss you. It's been a while. Did the move go all right? You were moving, right? You all done? You like the new place? What's up? So I have 2 new cards for you to judge. You know what to do. We discover card number 1. Discover a new world. Theme high seas. 2. Sci-fi colonize Mars. Second card was made in collaboration with Jenner, which I think is a great way of learning from each other's approach. Let me know what you think. Ooh. Oh, you have a lawn now? I'm still not that much of an adult. Never mowed my own lawn. Only my dad's when I was younger. Getting ahead in life. Yeah, so I've seen this one already. One thing that stood out initially, like I love the island in general. One thing I don't like is just this area here, and it's just like it creates a lot of lines here, almost like a pattern. Like all these different layers, like almost like a cake, you know, like a wedding cake. But that should be easy to break. Maybe just like combining, or maybe removing some of the green, so that maybe a little more similar to the rocks back there, except with just more moss. Yeah, I don't want to remove it completely. I think it's nice, you know, the little warmth, the extra warmth that you get in here. It's just, yeah, it's kind of breaking the pattern, because the rest of the island feels really organic. Like, there's nothing that repeats too much. It's no like line of action to guide the eye. That's overwhelming. Just these 3 lines. So I'd tweak that area. And then maybe a little more saturation in some areas. Like, I'm guessing this is the focal point, but it doesn't scream too loud. So maybe a little extra golden, extra shine, extra yellow, extra yellowness. Make it extra standout. Or maybe it's like is this vapor or it doesn't really matter, I guess. But maybe helping again bring the attention here with some more defined, you know, kind of like shapes here in the crash and the little smoke that's coming out. Just so that when you look at this, you're like, this is it. Because right now I was very attracted to this area. And like the rest kind of fades in the background. And it looks good. That was a good reference. Yeah, and maybe on this side too. Like warming up the water. If this area is important, I don't know. Maybe it's not at all important. And oh, is that lava? Ooh. So the center here also, this part, I would increase the contrast there. Maybe go darker, like maybe like too dark, that it would technically be incorrect, because you know, atmospheric perspective and all that. But I think it needs the black tint against the regular rock to really stand out as a lava trail. Maybe just a little bit more orange, like where it's coming out. Yeah, I feel like this gets lost a little too much. So emphasizing this a little bit more, killing the emphasis on that a little bit, not completely. And then maybe a little bit more interest around here. I think that'll be it'll be a better read. I really don't have much to say about that one though. That one is on point. Clear focal point. The values everywhere is clear. It reads well. Like, you know, if it were like a big painting, maybe I'd say like maybe add a little bit of bounce light over here. You know, like in the shadows. Maybe something a little cooler. But I don't think that would be noticeable at all. Anyways, the size that'll be displayed at, so maybe not. But that's really the only thing I would say, because it feels like this area feels a little too warm. So adding a little something to bring that back. But I mean, maybe some extra glow over here so that this reads even more as a shield. Energy shield. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down. Yeah, that's all I got. That second one it's close to perfect. Oh, we activated Jenna. Mentioned more magic. She appears. Hope that helps, Vika. These look really good. Did you do the cards too? The design of the card itself? Because that's a nice looking card. Whoever did it. Good job. All right, Mitchell. What up? So back with the second post. So last week you said you'd see, do you like to see some character illustrations, as this is my primary focus? There we go. Here are a couple images that I've come up with. The first is an undead pirate that I'm going to use for a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Though it has a, though it was hilarious when you brought it up last time. Oh, there you go. I've played my share too. And so that's cool. So plus you get to see how I add colors and shade and highlights. There we go. So I ran out of time for the background. The second is a character design that I'm using for my illustrated audio short story called The Rat Catcher. What the hell? So I'll be using a tone tan paper and inking style. I plan to share the story on my website and YouTube. Since this is the first time you're looking at my characters, I'll ask similar questions as last week. What am I doing right? What could I be focused? What could I focus on improving? What could I do to increase the value of the overall attractiveness of my illustrations? Right on. Oh man, this reminds me of It reminds me of Murray from Monkey Island. Right? It's totally Murray. Good taste. I don't know if that was the inspiration at all. Probably not. It's just a random skull, but it looks charming. All right, so man, this that's pretty good. It's pretty dang good. So one big thing in here, maybe a little more advanced, you know, like you'll see that much later in the program, but colors would be like would be one thing that could definitely be improved. The color choice here works well. It's more the application of the color and how you could like play around with the values. Values, maybe not as much as the values, but more of the playing with the saturation of the colors, the lights, to really put the emphasis on a particular part of the character. Because right now this character, like the Skelly here, nothing really stands out. You know, there's the emphasis usually that we want to try to emphasize, but the focal point that we try to emphasize here. Usually the focal point for the character is going to be the face, the head, unless, you know, they carry like a crazy weapon and the weapon is like the focus. They're like this, you know, and clearly that would be the focus. But in this case, just this character standing like this, usually it's going to be like in this area that you want the most visual weight. You want to pull the eye in this direction. And yeah, there's a couple of things that you can do with that. You know, playing with the color. So you'll see this later, so I don't want to spend too long on this, but just like a little preview, I guess. I mean, a little saturation, a little bit of light here, not too much, just a little bit more than you have other places. Already the eye goes there a little bit more, right? It's kind of just this natural, you know, attractiveness to the more vivid, bolder, more exciting color. You could do the same thing with the blue here, the jacket, just adding a little bit of more saturation. And here too, just a little bit. Suddenly the eyes pulled towards the top of the character and less and away from the rest. So a couple things that we could do, that we can do when colors are involved. But proportions are good, pretty nice proportions. Cool amount of details everywhere. Like, it's a cool design. It looks nice. Yeah, the background. I mean, the background's not there, so let's not really spend time here. But another thing that could definitely be improved, especially since you have a lot of it here, the fabric, like the clothes, the folds. It's like the pants here, you know, like you have some nice shading all around. We can tell the form, but having some really nice folds in there, because folds can be, it's kind of, I always consider it like almost like anatomy, and that's why, you know, the old sculptors, the old masters, they spend a ton of time just making sure their folds look good, because it adds a lot. It's very aesthetic when it's done well. Like these things look pretty good, actually. But yeah, in here you're kind of just losing a little bit of that structure that could be there. So if you start with something maybe a little simpler, and then figure out the fold for this, and as if it wasn't all destroyed, all beat up. Some nice strong folds in there. And then adjusting the light in consequence, reacting on those more defined folds. Like those folds are not the best. Just doing this in 2 seconds, but and then after that you can start to destroy all of that. It's just, and also, yeah, slightly better colors, because these like dirty black and yellows, never really good color for anything. So going into more of a orange, I think would be much nicer here. Much more pleasant to the eye. Anyways, still has to do a little bit of color, but yeah, folds would be big here. So for this, I mean, there's no magic, you know, you just look at a bunch of references for something like this. It could be just big, like long pants, long baggy pants, and you just use the top part, you know, like around the waist, around the crotch here as the reference to figure out like what happens here in the crotch, how this falls. Just, you know, copy from the reference that you have, and then yeah, the bottom here, you got it. You just speed it up, and that looks good. But yeah, the folds here also in the top of the jacket, probably the thing that needs the most work here. Just the shading also, like on these little flaps there, feels like there's a little bit of a extra thickness because you have kind of like this fall off. It reads more like a volume, but in fact, you know, this flap is probably mostly just flat, so it wouldn't really have any thickness there. Same thing here. Or if it had, it would be kind of the whole thing shaded flat, as if it were just like a sheet, flat sheet. But yeah, same thing here. A lot of cool opportunities for some nice bold folds. It can really influence the overall look, the overall form. And like here, like having all this extra fabric kind of bunched up around his waist. Might be super cool too. Like it's maybe like overflowing on the side here or something. Yeah, a lot of really nice qualities about this. But the folds would definitely be something that can more easily like take it to the next level. It's the one thing that's most lacking. And then the shading that comes with that, of course. That's a really cool character. The proportion, like the pose, very nice. And here, the rat catcher. The rat catcher, man, that sucks for her. I wouldn't want that as a job. Clearly he doesn't want it either. But yeah, once again, good proportions. Yeah, the weaker aspect here, like proportions are good, anatomy makes sense. It's the fabric once again. Like you could simplify a lot of this stuff and get kind of more bang for your buck. Just a few line, focus on only certain areas. Here, flap, okay. Here in the pants, like some you'll see like there's a class on folds, you know, so that would be a good one to check out for sure. But just definitely look at references here, because folds are tricky until it kind of clicks. There's like some clear patterns that always happen. Like you'll see a lot of these kind of shapes in folds. So often, you know, you'll have like a bunch of these, and they get bigger and bigger, like these diamond shapes, and all of these things in between those are going to be kind of the top of the folds. Those are going to be the deep ends of the folds. So anyway, that looks like nothing right now, but but you'll see that come back very often. You know, you don't need too much. I mean, they're pretty stylized still, and you could get something that's a little bit more realistic than that. But just a few lines can really sell it. And since, you know, you have a lot of lines here, I think you could improve the overall read by removing a lot of stuff and just kind of being more deliberate with your folds. But yeah, that's the main weakness here, because your faces look good. Proportions are great. Anatomy seems solid. So yeah, folds. And then yeah, the folds, you know, to juggle with folds, it's all about references. So there's no way around it. You got to pull up those references. You don't need to find the exact reference. Like I said, you know, for this, you're probably not gonna be able to find some you know, beat up shorts like this in the exact same pose. So just find something that looks kind of the same. You can look at just the top here and maybe you want something that's all destroyed, just look at another piece of garment that's you know, frayed like this, and kind of copy what they did. All of these are pretty common outfits, so you shouldn't have too much trouble finding something that's similar, like a shirt that goes into a dress, shirt that goes into a belt. That's probably easy to find, especially some fat guy. And that helps him chill. Moving on to Zeynep. So did a study of fire. Oh, there we go. Boom, that looks like fire. Very nice. That's good. Especially, like, I love the brush strokes that you have in here. Very expressive. Feels like yeah, dude, you did a great job with this. That's nice. So for the main piece, I did the values. Do you think they work, or are they too dark? I keep the values dark because the trees and the scene will be burning, so I figured the girl would be look as a silhouette as it's backlit. The second light source is the magic heart in our hand. I'll add more glow to it. This time I'm planning to paint using blending modes on top of grayscale. You ever paint like that? No. If so, what's the most efficient way of doing it? Most efficient way is a combination of gradient maps and that. Although for certain things it's a little harder to do. You're welcome, Mitchell. So for certain things it's a little bit harder to pull off. So that would be kind of like the default answer, gradient maps, and then from there you don't do gradient maps for every single little detail. You know, like you'll do one for maybe for the forest in the back, in the background, maybe like another one slightly different for the forest in the foreground. One gradient map for like the body, like the skin, you know, maybe another one for the hair, another one for the fabric, another one for this little guy, and then beyond that, like like the dirt on the ground, that kind of stuff, the tree trunks, the details on here. Since all of that is going to be on fire, that would kind of be treated differently. If not, if it was just a regular forest, then yeah, I would have like a gradient map for the trees. Like I said, for the background, for the foreground, because you're gonna have different values there. And then once you slap on those basic gradient maps to add colors to everything, essentially that's what we're doing. Then after that, you can slap some new layers on top, play with the different blending modes, and add further details, add color variations. Since this is really warm of a color palette, you could add some nice blues in here. It always looks super nice, blues, purples, to kind of offset the warmth. So like on the opposite side of the trees or on the ground or that kind of stuff, like these colors really nice. This is if you just look at any fantasy illustration that has a lot of fire in it, it's a wow cataclysm. Here, I guess like the dragon's a good example. See a lot of these cooler colors, and in this case they used light green, but here you get some cooler colors, some cooler blues to match with the fire. Here a lot more purple to go along the orange, purple orange complementary. Or split complementary, I should say. Yeah. So for anything that you paint, always look into the complementary color or the split complementary color to maintain the balance. But yeah. But for this, since you're painting fire, like honestly, this looks so good that I would just do that with everything, and maybe not for the character. Like for everything that's going to be on fire, like you would have to treat that differently. The brush strokes here, like the looseness that you have in not following a strict process, I think, helps the fire in this case. Just make it look more expressive. It's really nice looking fire. So whatever you did to do this, I would do that for the forest. But the rest, yeah, treat it like any other painting. And when you do add the fire, make sure that you add the complementary color here. For everything that's not burning, like on the edges of the canvas here, the stuff that's maybe like the top of the trees here, they're not yet on fire. It's really important to add that secondary color to bring balance. Yeah. So she would probably have a lot of that, you know, like on the front of her body here, like the areas where the fire is not directly lighting her, especially if the fire, like you said, is more focused in the back of the scene. Then the front of her body would be a lot. You'd have a lot of those bluer colors, those desaturated purples, desaturated blues. It's basically gray, right? It just reads as purple because it's again something that's super warm. Isn't it? It's looking good so far. Alright, just be careful when you add the fire. That's probably gonna go away, so that would be good. But you know, you have a lot of these kinds of lines there. Try not to have too much of that. You know, like this. If you can, have those maybe like curve in or just get bigger, or like completely overlap with the other one, so that you don't have multiple parallel lines, because that tends to attract a lot of attention. So here, like my eye goes there a lot, just because you have all these vertical lines. Instead, it's just like one tree and then another tree that kind of goes behind it. Then you only have two, right? So that's a lot more manageable. That attracts not nearly as much attention, especially if you can find a way to not have them be parallel like this. Maybe this one goes out a little bit more, diverges. This one goes in maybe. Yeah, be mindful of parallel lines. But yeah, as the view is saying, this fire is fire. Let's take another break before we continue till the end. I need to go to the restroom. I've been drinking too much coffee. All right, so like 10 minutes, something like that, 10-ish minutes. I'll be right back and we'll resume with Ryan. All right, so I have very little time. Can you review this piece and the direction it is going? I'm very happy with it so far. But what about the background? Okay, I agree. It's really nice. Really nice, expressive piece. So very curious hat. But a nice pose for this guy. Kind of jumping out of the frame, stomping on some bald dude. Poor guy. Yeah. So anatomy wise, it's pretty good. There's not a whole lot to adjust here. Very interesting face, like super stylized, but that looks good. Yeah. So one thing that I am not a fan of is the fact that this here lines up with almost like such a huge part of his silhouette. You know, usually don't do that. If you want to have a line, have it well behind him or way clear off him. So, you know, better line position would be almost anything but that. So maybe something like this. That's already better. You know, the line doesn't, it's kind of there, but you don't really notice it because he's completely in front of it. But still, you will get, you know, the hand here. We can kind of imagine the line behind. The arm kind of continues in the same direction. So the best would just be to not have a line, to be honest, or have it like really far like this. Yeah, that'd be better. Composition wise. I like the colors that you have in here. Very nice. So, anatomy. Take a look here. Delts. Traps. Clavicles here. That's pretty good. Chests. Big chests. Yeah, anatomy seems really nice. All of this makes sense. It's just weird that, you know, he's got arms that are so well defined. He doesn't have, you know, kind of the cleavage in his pectoralis major muscle. He hasn't been bench pressing, only work on his arms. Yeah, I like it. Cool design. Just kind of weird, but it's unique, you know. It's memorable. Some guy with the hair in his eyes, the glasses on top of his on top of his hat, and the mushroom on top. I haven't seen that before. So it's more of a poster type of illustration where it doesn't really make sense, right? So you have a little guy here that's interacting with himself, but bigger behind him. So more movie poster style. We have like all the main characters, and they're clearly not in the same scene. They're just kind of laid out nice. So that's cool. It kind of allows you to do pretty much whatever you want for the background. But try thinking about colors that would be complementary to the stuff that you have here. So, you know, a lot of warm colors that you have already. So probably something like bluish, or a complementary to the light pink. You know, think of like watermelon. A nice mint color. That would clash well. So not saying that the whole thing should be mint, but having a little bit of that green in the background would be quite nice if it's like an environment, having some grass and foliage. Oh, whatever he's doing. Maybe it's just maybe it's the sky that's green, and then just some gray clouds. That's what you have here. Anyways, the design for the background is up to you, but yeah, like colors like this to complement the warmer tones of the foreground would be quite nice. And then just nice opportunities here to add some light too. You know, you got a good base color here for the skin. Brighten that up, warm it up a little bit. Maybe that's too much. That's too much. There you go, something like that. Oh, oui. Oh, très bien, très bien. And then color saturate, extra saturation of that Terminator. Beautiful highlights. Maybe a little bit more saturation for the shirt when it's facing the lights more directly. Yeah, very cool. A lot of beautiful things that you could do with the colors in here. And the sketch is quite nice too. Moving on to blacks. So this week I decided to put more time into 3D. I have to take a lot of what you're teaching for ZBrush and figure out how to transfer those skills to Blender. That means a lot of other YouTube videos I have to find time for. I managed to do a couple of sculpts, excuse me, and still start on the cute little bunny I intend to turn into a whoa, that escalated quickly. Into a zombie. So looking for advice on where to learn more about Blender sculpting, and any thoughts that you have on how these turned out. I could also use good reference ideas for zombie features. Whoa, Blender. I don't know anything about Blender, unfortunately. Can't help there, but I know that there are some tutorials about it on QBrush. That's about as much as pretty cheap too. But maybe in your case, what's it called? ZBrush Core Mini? Is that the name of it? The free version? What used to be Sculptress. ZBrush Core Mini is pretty good for that kind of stuff. Like for smaller, like let's say like 1 million to 2 million polygons. I don't think it goes past 2 million. But yeah, like 1 million, 2 million polygons, single objects where you don't have like things that are too complicated. I think it does the trick, you know, and it's very similar to ZBrush anyways. So a lot of that information would transfer. Yeah, when it comes to Blender, maybe some of the other guys in here and the stream will know better. The donut tutorial guide. There you go. Look into that. So hope you had a fantastic week. I sure did. Thank you very much. Hope you did too. So it's been busy here and I may not even have time to tune in today. You were wrong. You're right here, but I will try my best. Everyone, I think. Right on. Okay, so help turn a bunny into a zombie. Oh man. That looks okay. So to make sure that this yeah, if it's a zombie, right, you'll be able to see part of the skull. So you have a nice human skull here, or human baby skull. But rodent skulls are quite different. So I would start from that. You know, sculpt something simple like this. Oh, that's a nice one actually. I think this is heavily maybe. Is it stylized? Probably. Maybe not. I don't know. It looks like it could totally work. Yeah, no, that's actually pretty legit. It's just a little stylized, but that's cute. That's a nice one. So start with that, you know, because that's probably going to be the kind of like the base of the whole thing, and then you'll add like some flesh on top of it, or kind of just draw like a skull, and not draw, but like have the skull, have the rabbit, and kind of just have one on top of the other, and kind of just remove some of the flesh to reveal the skull. No, not him. I hope it's not gonna be the one that turns into a zombie. He's too cute. But yeah, so to tackle it, you know, from like a 3D angle, that's what I would do. So you kind of have both. You have something that looks like a rabbit, you know, more or less, and then the skull, or the rest of the skeleton if you want the other parts to be to reveal some of the bones. And then yeah, you kind of just overlap them, and then they'll be on like their own layer, and then kind of just push in some of the flesh to reveal the skull, and then you can add some muscles in between, some muscle leftovers. But the more important part will be just to get the skull right. So I would model like a simple skull, and kind of start from there. And there's no bones in the ears, so I don't know what this is. So anyways, let's look at the art, since I can't really help with the blender. Sorry about that, but that looks really good. Kind of a rounder, fuller skull, but like for a like as a prop that would be like really nice, you know, because it's kind of like nice and full and compact. Just like for a real bone, you just have a lot more just empty space in there. Like the base of the cranium here would be a lot smaller. Yeah, be able to see through here. The zygomatic bone here is a lot narrower. Let me bring my skelly. Ooh. I guess a lot more bony is the word. Just make sure also you have enough room for the chin here. So maybe a little longer, like an average looking skull. Kind of like longer, less round, but overall, like the features that you have here feel pretty good. Clearly looks like a skull. And that's such good practice, you know, to sculpt skulls like this, because then you the more you do this, actually whenever you draw a face, you should always have either like a sculpt model or just like an actual skull, maybe not an actual one, but like, you know, a physical one that you can look in the same look at from the same angle exactly, just so that you always attach the bone structure to the face, to the profile, and be able to tell like, okay, this is like this for that reason, because that's really what creates the structure of the face. And so if you understand how to draw skeleton from a bunch of different angles, you can pretty much draw faces. Like drawing the facial features on this is so easy, but starting from scratch is a lot harder. So anyways, really good practice to have something like this. So if you do end up, you know, kind of polishing it a little bit more, even if you don't, when moving on to portraits at any point, always use both in tandem. Very, very useful. Because in here, like from here to fill this up, the main muscles of the face, there's not that many. You know, you're gonna have a bunch on the face here and the cheeks, but they're pretty small, pretty insignificant. The big one's gonna be like the masseter muscle here, the big one that attaches the jaw and then slides underneath here. It attaches up top, the side of the temples. Like that's gonna be a big defining one, and then of course you have like some smaller ones that kind of fill up that void here, going from the cheekbone into the rest of the face there, so that there's no hole. But that's about it. The rest is just bones and, you know, eyeballs and skin on top. Missing a nose, and there we go. That's a person. Beautiful. Yeah, anyways. Moving on. Looking forward to see that undead rabbit. That is some nightmare fuel right there. Peyton. So I just started my senior year of high school. Oh snap! Peyton's been a while. So, and as my art portfolio this year, I'm making characters based on festivals. So this is the first one, and it's based on the Day of the Dead. More skulls. What's going on? I wanted to illustrate her using her power to help a young orphan reunite with with his parents till the end of the Day of the Dead. I mainly want to make sure that the composition and the anatomy works. Still haven't figured out the background yet, so I put it in a light blue filler. Thank you so much for your help in advance. Right on. Looking forward to that, Lex. Yeah, so the background actually works quite well in this case, you know. Nice cool color to offset all the warmth everywhere else. So composition and anatomy. Let's take a look at the anatomy first. So very nice figures, you know, proportion wise. That boy looks quite on point. She does too. The length of her arm is quite nice. Maybe you don't see too much here. That muscle definition. Yeah, anatomy looks really good. Maybe like her hand is a little small. Almost as small as hers, but she's way further back, so maybe this hand a little bigger. That's her left hand, yeah. Look at the size of her face, you know, it shouldn't be too much, it shouldn't be much smaller than that. It's relatively close. But yeah, and then when it comes to composition, so, you know, good job with the anatomy here. Really nice characters. The composition. That's more lacking. Right now, this feels more like a. I feel like I talk about this a lot with like Liviu and Hannah. You know, how to put the emphasis on different things. So if you see the characters pretty small like this, like in a small panel and like their comic, for example, the focus is more on the scene itself, less the individual characters. If you want the focus to be more on them, have them framed in such that they occupy a lot more space, a lot more real estate. Then it'll be very clear. Because yeah, right now this feels more like, I mean, sure they're in the center, but they're so small. You know, like we can't really see their facial expression, even if I have it full screen on my page right now, on my screen. Still really can't tell what they're about. You know, what they're trying to communicate with their emotions. Can't really see their face. So that's a big wall, you know, in trying to communicate emotions and trying to communicate with these people if they're meant to be the focal point. So what I would do is I'll take this, actually take all of these, scale the bazonka out of them. Get rid of that blue. Okay, by having them much bigger, like more like a portrait. You know, they're still full-bodied, so it's not quite a portrait yet. But there's still, you know, there's still plenty of room for the environment in here. But having them this big, and then maybe having those people back here just slightly bigger in front. Maybe like that, but not occupying too much space. Maybe you can even have this a little closer there, rearranging the two. Starting to get a little messy in here, but yeah, like a piece like this would be a lot more successful if you're trying to make it about them. If not, ignore what I just said. But if it's about them, definitely they need to be a little bigger. because now we can see the facial expression. Now we can have kind of like this this exchange, you know, like they're communicating something to us, maybe not something that important, you know, it's just a painting, but still, now it's about the people, not about the scene, not about the environment. So that's the biggest issue here for this one. And then as a result, also, you just have less blue to worry about, less background to paint when the characters are bigger. You know, so that guy in the back could be bigger, that girl here could be bigger too, like filling up this area, filling up this area of the frame. That guy could be much bigger. Tromboning away. And then, yeah, you would just have a little bit of space left to figure out the background. So, you know, you can be almost just like a blurry image or something super basic, and you'd be done. So save some time. You make it more about the people, and we can see the actual anatomy that you did really, really well here, even better. So win, win, win. What the hell, Spaden? Luke. What's up, Luke? Ooh. So this week's mission is the next character in my cyberpunk project. For this one, I want to go in the complete opposite of my previous characters for a more crazy punk aesthetic. Yeah. Like, who is this? Oh, Luke! What? Quite different indeed. So this character is the leader of a street gang. For her design, I wanted to emphasize a flamboyant, confident, and unpredictable character. I also wanted to lean into more cyberpunk tropes like cybernetics. The biggest hook for the character, however, is the golden plated skin. Ah, that's what it is. I'm wondering how the material comes across in the concept. In some areas, I feel like she has more of an orange yellow skin than a gold. Yeah. Please also let me know how you feel about the other aspects of the design. Yeah, so for the gold, yeah, this definitely reads more as just yellow skin, but I think it's just a matter of just the reflections maybe not being as obvious as they could be, you know. So let's say you had like a white background, because what happens, you know, with any metal is that they reflect light, so they reflect their environment. And then right now, for this to make sense, you would need to reflect black, you know. This is the background, so all the reflections in here would need to be kind of like that color. We have a reflection here, reflection. All the background be reflected. And it looks quite dark. Gold has some color too, like it adds a little bit of a tint. It reflects, it doesn't reflect all the colors, but, and it can be rougher, so, you know, it can be a little bit less reflective. But yeah, when you have a darker background, it's a little trickier. So first I would just brighten that up. Oh no. Not quite. Alright, let's just go with that. Super dirty, but yeah. And here now you can have reflections, but it'd be lighter, right? So that would probably look better. Lighter reflections for the environment that she's in, and it's really the reflections when it comes to metals that make it look metallic. No reflections, no metal. And usually it's also just a darker material. You know, metals are pretty dark. Gold too. I don't know if you've ever had a brick of gold in your hand, but it's quite dark. And reflect the light in some areas, you know, when it's exposed to the light. But yeah, if there's no light, it gets. Let me find one actually. Stop talking about it. Let's Google one. So here, you know, like these are, they look pretty bright, but they're in a bright environment. Probably everything is white around them. That's more like it. You know, see what happens here? Like the top of the gold bar, the one that's reflecting like probably like a darker ceiling. It's all black, really. That's the real color. Here too, like in the corner there, that's what it's reflecting. All the lighter color, the lighter shades of yellow that you have in here, that's all stuff in the room that's lighter, that is being reflected right now. And all the white, like the beige color on the side here, again, that's the table that it's on. Yeah, this, like the darker area here, that's gold. That's the proper color of gold when you don't have anything reflecting on it. So metals in general, like always just start really, really dark and then build up reflections on top. So you start with the leg here, for example, start super dark. And then white reflection. Side here. And in the front, also something white that's reflecting. And then you add the tint around the highlights. Around the main highlights. Let's say it's the main highlights. Maybe a little bit more on a yellow. But you would kind of have to build it up like this, because the base has to be dark, otherwise it looks like a lighter material, aka not a metal. So it's tricky to paint metals like this. One thing that you could do is just like to shade it normally and use gradient maps to cheat to add the metallic effect on top. Go back in time here. So maybe it'll work with what you have here. Like this is pretty intense shading, but because with gradient maps, you can assign, different colors to the different values. And so when it gets dark here, you can tell that to become lighter, a lighter color. And usually that can give pretty good results. If you play around a little bit, to have some metals in here. Instead of black here, let's go white. Like the shading is a little hard to work with because it's a really, really quick fallout from light to dark. So you need to have a little bit more. That's not it. That kind of looks cool. Well, for the grayscale, yeah, it doesn't really matter. The kind of gray, the tone of gray that you use. It's more like, oh, actually, that doesn't look right now. Try to do this. Like that kind of stuff. It's not exactly like metal. You can play with the colors here a little bit. More whiter. Bring back the highlights in here. Boom. does not look quite like gold. There's a lot of work to do still to get a good gradient. But you know, like quickly with gradient maps like this, you could have like a character that looks pretty metallic. But yeah, if you want to paint it, you need to build it up just like I did. So you start with with really dark base, like a dark base, and then you build on top of that the kind of like the reflections in the environment. So that becomes just like this really dark but reflective metal. And then you want to add the properties. So like if it's a gold, then you have like a main light source, you know, that's gonna light up this volume right here. So the reflections would be kind of like the white here on the side of the legs, and then the main light would be the highlight that you have here in the middle of the leg. And so that's going to be where you find that color. So that's where the yellow is going to really come through. But other than that, you're not going to have much. It'll be mostly just black with highlights. No highlights, black, not black, but dark with reflections. Anyways, gold aside, you hear the main reason why it doesn't work is there's too much yellow, too much like bright spots of yellow, and not enough reflection. So you just need to darken this quite a bit. Only have the highlights in very small amounts, very localized. But design-wise, I think she definitely comes across as a bad woman, somebody that means nothing good. So like presentation a little bit too, like the leg here, try to have something that's a little either lighter behind, or have just the leg itself just brighter, so that there's more contrast there, because we really lose it against the dark background. Same thing with her pants, not her pants, but her shorts. It can be localized, or it can just be the whole background that's bright or whatever. Doesn't really matter. Making sure that we can see that silhouette better. Yeah, I like it. You know, kind of a simpler design, but maybe you could push that even more. Because if she's meant to be the leader, you know, there'll be usually, at least like a cliche, but leaders don't seem like they're comfortable. You know, they always wear too much, like a king. You know, like huge cape with a lot of fabric, and just way too much. That it's just to show off, just to show the wealth, show the power. And they're not the ones going around and you know, taking care of business. They're just there to order people around anyway, so they don't really need to be mobile. So in her case, you know, you could take that maybe and push the fur that she's got here, turn that into maybe just something more, something like maybe it's like a bigger cape, not cape, like a cloak here. And then I could add a lot of cool reflections in the gold. It's kind of just a lot more fur, like a big instead of being just a little bit of fur here, it's more like an animal pelt or something. Or that's her hair, maybe. So one thing that would change though is the color of the pink here, so that the hair and the fur don't exactly share the same color. Since like, was this made using her own hair? So maybe just like a warmer red, not red, but a warmer tomato pink, maybe, you know, slightly different. And then maybe that's maybe she's got like really long hair, because once again she doesn't care. if it's convenient or not. She's just there to show off. So think of it this way, like leaders always seem like they're wearing too much, like they're too much cybernetics, too many layers, too many accessories. I think that's just a cool touch that makes people look like of a higher status. And when it comes to the cybernetics here, I think that's probably the bit that's the most lacking in here. Just like it doesn't feel solid, you know, like the. I would have maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It feels too flimsy. Like probably like that would break easily. So maybe just like a bigger frame in there, bigger rod, or just, you know, covering all of that here. No reason to expose the joints. So maybe this comes a little higher. And instead you have kind of more of a cooler design for the mod. You know, kind of like what a lot of people do when they're missing a limb, something like they 3D print something cool instead, something that has design, just not function. Could be kind of like a heel, like a classic heel, just. Because that looks quite boss. She's wearing heels. She really doesn't give a crap. She's definitely not going to be running around. Yeah, you know, like trying to look at maybe like medieval armors too, and try to like use some of the shape language that they have in there, because it's always like plates on top of plates, and so that's exactly what you're doing here. It's like just metal plates or plastic plates or whatever. But probably a lot of cool shapes that you can steal from them. Yeah, in terms of the whole outfit, it works well. Just maybe it could be more flamboyant. Like whatever you have here, just make it more extravagant. Like this is a jacket. Maybe it's like one of these super poofy jackets with a, you know, kind of like a not a honeycomb pattern. What's the word? You know, like those winter jackets that have cool texture. That's not quite what I'm. This just looks more like a pineapple, but there you go, like that kind of stuff. Again, just to influence the silhouette to make her more extravagant, more crazy looking. Anyways, well, that helps, Luke. I'll move on to Curtis. Ooh, Curtis's Vivi. Nice. Oh, that's real nice. So I didn't have a whole lot of time again this week, and I didn't have any ideas, so I just decided to do some Vivi fan art, trying some new techniques for the magic effect, and I'm wondering if it's working or if you have any helpful tips for creating cool magic effects. Any general feedback on the rest of the piece would be also appreciated. Oh, that definitely works for me. That looks super cool. If anything, I would just add more glow to it. More magic. Really make it magical, like it's a clear effect, you know, there's no doubt about it. Yeah, that looks super cool. Love the pose. Nice and clean. Maybe just this lower leg is a little long compared to the other one. Anatomy wise, I think that's the only only issue that I see. More like this leg is fine. Yeah, maybe it's just the lower leg that's a little too. Feel better. You're welcome, Luke. Love that expression. Beautiful hands. Yeah, dude, crushing it. That looks really good. Yeah, and you know, when you start to add the light effects on her here, oh, that's gonna look spicy. And anatomy wise, maybe this here also, like I don't really notice any foreshortening. It's not like this arm is clearly coming towards us, so in that case it does feel a little short. So maybe that's this whole thing, or maybe could just have our arm a little lower, but give it enough length. And since it looks like she's kind of jumping in this direction, going that way, taking a leap, I think it would be cool to add maybe just a little bit of motion in like either in her hair, like this one. I don't think that one would do much because it's kind of stuck here. But this one here maybe could be a little wilder. Same thing with her. Maybe not the ponytail. Yeah, maybe that one could be floating a little bit more in the air. Same thing with the flaps here. You know, maybe the flap is in the back instead, to show that the fabric is trying to, or that the body is kind of pulling the fabric along with it. And the back flap here is kind of lagging behind. Kind of the same idea with the skirts. Maybe it opens up this way. No, the skirt. Maybe if it's like a tight skirt, maybe there's no need for that. But yeah, like a little bit here, I think it'll be cool. That's really good, dude. I'm sure they'll be quite happy if they haven't seen this already. That's really, really nice. Really nice fan art. Maybe. Oh, she's jumping backwards. Oh. I don't know why I'm just not seeing that at all. Maybe it's like the tail end of the effects here. If we were like down here. Yeah, it feels like because you have like all these lines, you know, kind of going like this. Like she's pushing something. That's really what it feels like. Even if it's just kind of, yeah. Like clearly there's a force going in this direction for all these particles to go around like this. That's why it feels more like she's like pushing something. And so it feels more natural that should be moving forward. I don't think it makes that big of a difference. I mean, who cares? Just going backwards or forward. But yeah, it would impact a little bit the flaps here. That's probably the easiest thing to change, rather than changing the entire effect, because the effect looks awesome. So either way, I don't know. I don't think most people would ever notice what I mentioned here. Yeah, dude, that's all I got. It looks really good. I would be careful, maybe with the value is different enough. Like she could not the effects definitely pop a lot, but like she could pop a little bit more from the background. You know, like those colors is kind of similar, but yeah, with some cool highlights up here, like that's gonna help define the silhouette quite a bit, I would think. Hopefully break her up from the background. That's just something to keep in mind, because right now the values are similar-ish. Yeah, probably the light will solve all your problems. Very cool stuff, Curtis. Man, I can't wait to see this finished. Malaysia. Alright. This week has been going great. Thank you very much. So I have had a major block on this piece this week, figuring out where I want to go with her. I really like her design, so I'd really like to get her to a point where I can use her in my portfolio. My first issue is that I have no clue what hair to give her. I've tried so many styles and I'm stuck on that. Secondly, I want to give her dress a kind of craggy skin texture. I'm not sure how to do that, so advice on both would be awesome. So how does the dress look if it's as it stands now? Let me know what you think. Alright. Let me Google that word. Craggy. Learn something new every day. Oh, it's rugged, rough texture. Okay. Them sirens again. They're back. Processing. Like for the only problem with that, right? So with the texture of the dress is that it can get pretty noisy pretty quickly. So I would treat it maybe like less contrast here, where the light is facing more directly. Like think of this as like a big cone, right? I mean, it is a cone. So I would keep this area, the area that's in the light, with very, very low contrast, so you can have some details in here, but not too much. And I would focus those details, those darker, like essentially keep the sides here the way it is, and mute a lot of the stuff on the center, like corners here. a lot heavy on the details. And those like side details will suggest what the rest of the dress is without you having to draw like every single detail. Or, I mean, since you've drawn it already, I think I would just reduce, yeah, some of this, some of the contrast. Let's go, lighten. Can add maybe some few details back in here, like where it's really, really dark. In the deepest of the cracks, but overall kind of keeping the contrast to a minimum. I feel like something like this reads a lot better. Yeah, more contrast here, less contrast there. And now it reads more like a cone, like you can feel the volume more. The only issue when you have like really strong patterns like this is it tends to make the volume invisible. It's really hard to tell where the light is when you have so much noise on it that you can't really pick where the highlight is and where it isn't. So by reducing the amount of contrast here, we can tell there's a little bit more light here, just because it goes less dark, and then it goes darker on the edges, you know, kind of suggesting that there's a little bit more shadow. Looks more like reads more like a cone, like an actual cone. But yeah, that dress that just looks pretty cool. For the texture, I mean, the texture is gonna. It looks good right now. Like, I don't think I would change much. It's just when you go into your highlights, like when you introduce like a light source in there, where you place those highlights, how much highlights you're gonna have. But your design is fairly simple, so I wouldn't really go too heavy on like noise kind of texture, because that's gonna look weird. Like, you would need to add then a lot of that same amount of noise everywhere else, otherwise it feels kind of out of place. So if these like had a bunch of like bumpy texture, maybe like some weird. This looks like a pickle. If you had a lot more details in here, a lot more surface detail, a lot more. Noise in the texture, then you could go a little heavier on the dress, because, you know, the detail will be kind of even everywhere, and that's better. But details tend to attract a lot of attention, so if it's only located in one area, then all the attention goes there, and that looks not the best read. Yeah, that'll be like in the highlights. So wherever you place your highlights, you know, maybe instead of shading all of this evenly, maybe you just shade one corner here to indicate that it's not quite flat. It's kind of like more like a curve. So one part of the curve is catching more light than the other. Almost like waves, you know, like waves in the ocean. But that tends to add a lot more noise back in, so be careful. Less detail sometimes is better. I feel like she would, yeah. I feel like she would need like more accessories than that. Like, her dress is so detailed. Yes, you're gonna have all these things on the legs. That's definitely going to help. Some intricate shoes, hopefully, with some similar details. Teeth and eyes and just weird shapes like this. Maybe like some gloves, or maybe some arm covers, or maybe like some big bracelets, those spikes. I feel like you would need a little bit more detail somewhere else. So right now the dress is really loud, and it steals all the attention away from the face. But anyways, looking at the face now, haircut for this could be like a Medusa, you know, like kind of like ooh, kind of floating. I think that'd be kind of cool. Maybe like darker hair too, if you want to bring back the emphasis on the face. Crazy lady. I mean, that looks just like a scribble. That's exactly what it is, but you know, almost like she's underwater. You know, kind of like that. Let me try to find a Medusa. Like something along those lines. That could be nice. Something to compete with the dress, like a mini dress. I think that would tie it in nice. Not a dress, excuse me, but something to compete with the little mouths here. Kind of that same shape language. I feel like if you could implement, or if you could introduce like big teeth like this somewhere else, I think that'd be really nice. Maybe she's got like some big teeth here instead of the small ones. Maybe they're huge. Because again, like the uniqueness of these teeth make them stand out a lot. At the detriment of the face. The face now has a lot to compete against. Maybe that'd be a cool way to bring some of the attention back on the head. But anyways, I'll stop here. With the helps, moving on to Ryan. Ryan, the fast learner. I hope that you are also doing great, Ryan. So I've been busy finishing up some business and starting to pack up my school. Ooh! Starting to pack up my stuff for my move. There we go. I had a chance to revisit Fantasy Potions and follow the tutorial. This time around, compared to my last attempt, I feel like these are superior. But maybe there's something more that I could add to give it a little bit more punch. It feels a little too generic to me. As always, be mega harsh and don't hold back. Alright, man, those look really nice. Those will make some great like icons in the game. Yeah, some things that we could improve in here. Ooh, I can think of a few. First of all, highlights. This seems like such a missed opportunity, but you have like this nice glossy surface. What? That's not the right color. Ah, man. Oh yes. Mm-hmm. Like any highlight literally would look cool. Think of like what kind of room this is. No, actually you have the window here, huh? So simplify that into maybe just a brighter window. That becomes the highlight now. That's a little too much. But yeah, something like this feels like it could be nice. A nice, easy way to make that pop. Or maybe just on the edges. Anywhere really would look cool. Oops. That's weird. Yeah, I mean that window could totally work, but I would just crank up the contrast, not the contrast, but the contrast, the opacity, way up, because a glossy surface like glass like this is pretty damn reflective. Not as much as metal, but very reflective. And so yeah, it could definitely pop, but yeah, otherwise the colors in here look very, very nice. One thing that you'll want to pay attention to is the symmetry. So not quite symmetrical here. This side's a little higher. And when you have like simple objects like this, always cool to play with like the proportions. Like maybe make the edge here. Is that an edge? What do you call that? The ring. The circular tip. I don't know. But that thing here, that donut shape, maybe make it like bigger. And then maybe have the cork and nice and stylized in there. This deformation didn't work out, but color picker not working. What? Anyways, all in a bid to avoid parallel lines, you know. So you have a lot of these straight lines here. That is a little more boring, you know. So whenever you can have something that's a little bit more expressive. So changing that, so the line here is different than this one here and this one here. Get a lot more variety, and the silhouette makes it a lot more interesting. And then the cork itself, if there were, I mean, don't want to steal too much attention away from the rest of the potion, but maybe a little warmer to bring in some nice color balance in here. Oops. Because it's quite cool, so we can have a little bit of a warmer tone, warmer color in there. Introduce a nice balance between warm and cool colors. Why not? I wonder what your ancestors did to be to be called that. Probably not working in the field, so that's good. Maybe you were like some super educated people, and all the peasants just used to call them like, "Hey, Mr. Learner, oh, still learning something?" Like, yes. And then what do you see? Generations down, you're still learning fast. That's great. It's probably exactly what happened. But yeah, to go back to these here, make sure that everything is symmetrical. You know, that's really round. It looks pretty round. I feel like maybe this side here, missing a little bit of body. And yeah, making sure that these lines here are parallel right down the middle, and that you get more variety in the silhouette every chance you get. Like maybe that's a little too much now. Don't need to make that bigger, but yeah, look at these lines here. Try to avoid having the same. If you can have lines in a bunch of different angles, that's always more exciting. And the reflection. You're can't believe you didn't add something like this. It feels so good to add it to it. Oh, anywhere you put it, kind of works. So, what the hell's Ryan? Very nice. And good luck with your move. When is it? When are you moving? Are you moving far? Like where? How far is it? Answer me. Meanwhile, Jared, I have no assignments to submit this week, as I'm still carefully studying everything there is to know about heads and anatomy. 1, I've also been trying to imitate artists that I like to learn how to stylize their characters, but I can never achieve something that has their general essence. I've tried to apply the Loomis method when I do my breakdowns, but I'm pretty sure that method only works for realistic heads, while the artists I study have more stylized anime proportions. Oh no. Oh no, not at all. All of these, when they're done by a good artist, will have very strong foundations. So, you know, this looks super stylized, sure, but it's still a head that can be easily reconstructed. It's just like some of the features will be a little bit more pushed. So neck here, the ear is just going to be much bigger than usual. At the chin, except the chin this time is going to be a tiny chin, mini chin. But still, you know, you can trace the center here. The proportions might be, again, a little pushed, but the base is about the same, right? Eyes land right about the center of the face. That still holds true here for the most part. Eyes, and then halfway down to the chin, you're gonna have the nose, and then half of that, you're gonna have the face, not the face, but the mouth, and the eyebrow line still lining up with the ears. And the forehead still starts right about here. Then you have the hair, and then the hair is just volume, a lot of volume here. But still, this head can still be properly constructed. It's just some of this stuff has just been pushed a little bit, but still based on real proportions. And I think you know, when you work as a professional artist in the video game industry, for example, like adapting to a different style. Let's say you go to a different project and the project has like, you know, a very strong style. Everybody adapts to the new style. So it's not like style is really not that hard. It's very similar to speed. You just pick it up with experience, and eventually the style is you're able to notice the different choices that a particular artist have made with certain fundamentals, like how they're deciding to push things in one way or another, and now after that it's just a matter of just copying those changes. But everything is based on real fundamentals. If it's not, then it's not gonna look good, and you shouldn't copy it. Like this looks a little off to me, but it's because like this eye is a little too much on the left compared to the other one. This one's more centered. That one makes a lot more sense. This one, based on the perspective of the head, a little off. Like would be more accurate if it were like this. And probably more aesthetic too. Definitely more aesthetic. But I mean, you can look at the hands. Like this is just real anatomy. You know, like the artist just looked at a bunch of references, I'm sure. Make sure that everything here looks good. References for the jacket, references for the hands, references for the proportions of the character. Yeah, it's all based on just typical good old theory. End of September. Nice. Well, that's quite the adventure. You'll be fine. I am not the most. I'm not the most social person. And I moved from Canada to the U.S. on my own. I was living with my parents, and I just moved on my own. that was fine. You know, you meet. That's the cool thing about going to like to somewhere where you're gonna work or school or whatever, where everybody kind of just loves the same stuff. They're there to learn art. You're also there to learn art. You already have a ton in common, and so yeah, you'll be just fine, and it'll probably be a lot of fun. So yeah, how to break this down? I mean, so that's one thing, right? So like recognizing that, yes, in fact, even though there might be no nose, if there were a nose, it would be right there. I mean, that's probably what this is, the little hints there. But all of this follows still real proportion. It's just a little more pushed than what you would find on a real person. That looks a little crazier, but still, you know, same idea. It's just like the hair is crazy, like melting, but the face itself, it's still the structure. Half of that, eyebrows. Third of that, hairline, nose. Half of that, mouth. And now, you know, from here you have the ears on the side. Eyes in here. And then it's just a matter of, okay, so maybe those eyes are bigger. They're still in the right spot. They're just bigger. Maybe the nose is just a little lower. Maybe the mouth is a little narrower. Maybe this the head here is a little bigger, big brain. It's not much different, it's just a little different. And then like everything is kind of shaky, like this. That's weird, you know, like boing boing. Like she's got something in her, like a squirrel. You can still really easily recreate it by just noting the different choices that the artist made. Same thing with this. The eye is still in the right proportion. Can still easily trace the center of the face, and that's going to be accurate for the most part. The eyes are placed in the same distance. You have roughly one eye in between. In this case, the eyes are so big that they get really close to the ears, but the ears are in a good position based on the size of the jaw here. Just that the mouth again is not a whole lot of chin left, but you know, that's just the style. It just decided to make the mouth a little bigger and the chin a little smaller. So all of this based in reality. So if you know how to construct a normal head, if you get really good at that, you'll be able to easily adapt to any of these. So the reason why professionals have no problem adjusting to different styles is because their fundamentals are good, and they are easily able to tell, all right, what the project requires, what the project has different about it, what choices the initial artist made on the team, and what led to that particular style. And it's just a bunch of different parameters, and you're able to spot, all right, that, all right, now I just need to repeat that, and I'll have the same style. It's just a recipe. So the better you get, the more easily you'll be able to tell that recipe. You know, it's kind of like like a really experienced chef, you know, and they taste something and they're like, oh, and then they can kind of tell the ingredients that you used. First of all, because they'll know, usually in that kind of recipe, you usually have those kinds of ingredients. So they start with like a default recipe that they know you should have something that's that they know you should be very close to, and then you'll be able to tell the differences that you chose. Like, oh, you chose that spice instead. Oh, you chose to add maybe a little bit more salt, or maybe you chose to do that and this and that. And they should be able to recreate it if they have enough experience. So yeah, it's kind of like the same thing. That's why everybody tells art students, learn how to draw real stuff first, and then you'll be able to draw any style. And that's really why. All right, Kevin. The last one. Ooh. Oh man, it was 7 hours. Jesus. What's up, Kevin? 2 week break. 2 weeks. 2 weeks break. So shaking the rust off, and I decided that I want to do a piece from The Lord of the Rings, where I have a Galadrim warrior raising 3 fingers towards a Yuruk high berserker. Back in the old days, captured archers would have their fingers cut off, so they wouldn't be able to use a bow anymore. I didn't know that. That's cool. And when they show their 3 finger towards the enemy, it's more of like a middle finger saying, "Come and get him." So that would be a badass picture to do in the future. He is also unsheathing a sword, but I can't get the shape right. The sheath, even the type of perspective that it's in. What do I need to fix? How is the setup fundamentally? I didn't use reference and tried doing the mannequin from memory. Is this quality good for construction, or does it need to look better? Also, I'm going to Africa early November. I would love to sketch the animals there. Ooh. Could I skip to animal drawings so I don't waste this trip? Hell yeah. I don't think you need to ask me for this. Most definitely. I could post what I drew after I come back. Yes, that's awesome. And that would definitely help, because you're just gonna have a lot of new stuff that you didn't care or think to observe before, but now you'll be able to get a lot more information out of what you see. So most definitely. All right, so for something done from imagination, that is really good. You can totally tell what they're doing. Perspective is good. That's a really cool pose. Yeah, that guy looks great. Maybe, actually, I was gonna say like the shoulders a little dislocated here, but if you just make the body a little wider, problem solved. I think if anything, like, we'll just make since this guy's pretty close, it's almost like a long distance camera that you're using, so it flattens the distance between the two. This guy really feels close. You know, it's a good shot for that. The guy feels really close to this one here in the foreground, but as a result, you know, like, you probably want to make the hand just a little bigger, the arm a little bigger in general, because you're not going to get as much of that foreshortened distortion that you would if the camera was like right behind this guy's shoulder or something. Because if it were, this guy would probably appear much farther away, and much smaller. But yeah, since the two of them are pretty much the same size, that would just indicate there's not much foreshortening distortion. Maybe a little bigger, kind of the same as this one here. Come on, me, bro. That's a really cool pose. The only thing I'm slightly concerned about in terms of the composition here is that it's very long and tall. That's not going to read well on like the majority of screens that it's displayed on. So maybe you could maybe make it slightly more dynamic by having this guy, or the two of them, kind of overlap. So that they're a little bit more compact, and it feels more imminent. You know, like the danger is more imminent. It feels more like you're in the action, often at least. Like that dude's right there. And then this way, just the composition feels a little bit better, more natural, like a more regular rectangle. And instead of having kind of just this weird straight composition, you have a little bit more of a diagonal. Feels more dynamic. But yeah, well, that helps, Kevin. Let's stop right here, and really looking forward to see what you do with this. But like for all the smaller details, like for the pose, you know, in general, you can totally wing that. You're definitely good enough. but like for the details of the anatomy, like the hands like this and all the muscles, like the fold of a shirt when you're raising your elbow like this, and look at the references for that just to make sure that it's correct, because yeah, it's a lot of stuff's pretty hard in there to do from imagination. So far so good though. So yeah, hope that helps, and everybody else also. I hope that some of the feedback, maybe even if it wasn't directed at you, still helped somehow. And yeah, so hope that you guys here had a good day, that had a productive day, that you did something creative at the same time, and that you have a good rest of your weekend and a good creative week ahead of you. I once again, I'm very proud of all the progress, and can't wait for next week. So take care, guys. I'll see you next time.